Okay. All right. So can someone lead us in prayer, please?
Morning, Doctor. Yeah, I'll read this in a prayer.
Thank you, Ignatius, please.
Name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to us that we are able to participate in this online class of Certificate in Catechetics. We ask for your guidance and wisdom for us to be attentive, engaged, and receptive to the knowledge that will be shared. Bless Dr. Stephen, our presenter today, who is going to teach and share his valuable knowledge with us today. Bless also all of us that is participating in this online class today, that we are able to understand well what is being taught and practice it wisely. We shall say one Our Father and one Hail Mary. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and the hour of our death. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Sorry, I was saying I was muted earlier. Including me, there are 28 people, 28 participants. Sorry, including me. So there is one person who's not here yet. I'll check the attendance later. So good morning, everyone, once again. Right, just to put into perspective what we did last month. We did the main topic was how faith develops, and we looked at the different theories that talked about faith as moving in different stages. We also understood that faith is not something that goes in a straight line. It doesn't just go from one point to another without any issues. There are a lot of issues and challenges that come into the life of an individual from the moment of conception. I think many of you are surprised that faith can even be affected when the baby is in the mother's womb. So the moment of conception, the faith development of the child is already beginning. And we also looked at the various ways in which we can try to uh, understand the needs of the learners at different stages and what are the general principles that we can apply in our catechesis. So I covered basically the catechesis for children and for teenagers. So today's the original topic, if you look at your schedule, is supposed to be catechesis in the life of catechesis in people's lives. If you look at your directory, it is, I'll mention the page number, page 112, that is number 224, catechesis, directory for catechesis, numbers 2 to 4, right up to number 282, 2 to 4 to 282. And I wanted to touch on family, children, and teenagers. But after reflecting, I felt that since I already touched on children and teenagers last month, I would like to focus this session on family, the family and catechesis. And as I've said, since you are the first batch, the so-called guinea pigs, I'm sorry that I am using you to test out this program because even for me, this is something new, and I'm trying to make sure that as we go along, that we ensure that this is refined so that the next batch we are able to present it in the way that I feel that it is right. But so just give me a minute. I need to on my. Okay, sorry, I needed to on the power for my laptop. Okay, any questions from last month's session? Anyone after you went back or when you were sleeping? you had a dream and the Lord came and asked you a question and you want to. I'm not talking about a dream, any personal dream, but something to do with last month's topic, the one that we did in Sacred Heart Church. Any questions, any queries, any comments, any things that struck you that you're still thinking about? Okay, doesn't seem to be. Okay. Any questions, please don't not post it in the chat group, in the chat, because I may not have time to look at it. Just be spontaneous, ask the question over the microphone. Okay, so today's session we're going to go at. I'm going to share screen. Hold on, I'm trying to look for the share.
Doctor, sorry, just now you quoted 224 to 282, right?
Can you please check since I mentioned it, catechesis in the lives in people's lives.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Doctor.
Welcome. Okay, so this is the overall topic for today. So this is the overall topic, the family and catechesis. Let me put it on the family and catechesis. I'm not calling it family catechesis or catechesis for the family because in my preparation for the session, I felt that it is important for us to somewhat understand the context of the family, where the family is in the situation of the family today, and what does the church say about not so much the family, because this is not a talk on family that will be done by family life ministry or people involved in this, specifically in the family life ministry. But I would like to talk about what does the church say about the role of the family in education in general, and then we will zoom in into catechesis. So that's why I have put this session as entitled this session as the family and catechesis. So I begin with the first session, the family in a changing world. The family in a changing world. As you can see from the picture, we are talking about a family on the move, different, uh, uh, how do you say, different types of families, different age groups. And that is what we are sensing in the world today, right? So, but we'll begin with a question that we did ask ourselves last month, but also questions that many people, adults, are asking themselves and asking the priest and asking the bishop, and the question that Archbishop Julian asked me many times. So I have the answer to this problem. Maybe they feel that because we are under catechesis, we should have the answers. But let's come back to this question. Why are our young people not coming back to church after confirmation? Now, please do not forget, please be reminded that they have not left the church as in capital C. They are still with the church, meaning the moment you're baptized, you are a Catholic, a member of the Catholic Church. You are a member of the body of Christ. So you cannot leave the body of Christ. You have an indelible mark upon you, an indelible mark that cannot be seen by anyone. But that mark means you belong to God and you belong to the church. So no one actually leave the Catholic Church because you can't remove yourself from the church in that sense. But of course, you don't come back to church, meaning you don't come for mass, you don't get involved in church, and so on. So young people are still part of our church, they still belong to the church. The church is with them, and they are with the church wherever they are. But what we are talking about here is why are not young people coming back to the church, maybe for mass? But more so, I think the question is why are they not coming back and getting involved in the church? Getting involved in the church. So So now the thing is, one of the main reasons, as I explained last month, is which many people, I would say many people, including priests, have said to me is, oh, something is wrong with your catechist and your catechesis. So the finger is pointed at the catechist, right? I try to answer, give a response to this, to explain to them the catechesis is not only the responsibility of the catechist, parents and the community, especially the parish priest, the bishop, but they don't. I don't know why they keep asking me, telling me that it is poor catechesis. They're asking things, saying things like, "Is our catechesis effective? Is it helping our young people to face life's challenges? Why don't our catechists make our classes more engaging and exciting and interesting, as though we are there to entertain our children?" Sometimes I wonder if they want us to be there to entertain our children and make them excited. And also, the question is, why are catechism books not updated? So these questions are constantly uh, asked of me, and I believe some of you are also asked this question. And as though it is because of the catechism books, our young people do not learn their faith and therefore do not return to church after confirmation. So these are main questions that we can try to answer, but after a while, we realize that there's a bigger picture here. There's a much bigger picture than catechesis. Now, the other group that we tend to point our finger at, of course, is parents. The parents lack of responsibility in the area of catechesis. Parents should be doing this, parents should be doing that. Why don't parents take more responsibility for the formation of their children? And as some of you have said, they come and drop their children off, but they don't come for mass. They send their children for ballet and for karate and for music class, but don't take the sending their children to catechism seriously. But these are valid questions and valid statements. It is true. I myself have seen and experienced parents who say to me, "Oh, my child is still young. Let them decide whether they want to be Catholic when they are older." Well, these are comments we hear from, I won't say all parents, but some number of parents. But there are also parents, let us not forget, regardless of whatever it is, they take the catechesis seriously, even if it's just to get their children to be receiving First Holy Communion or confirmation. But where has all this come from? The idea that as long as the kids receive First Holy Communion and sacraments, they're okay. Where did this come from? It comes from a long history. At one time, as I mentioned before, I'm not sure if you recall, our catechesis became sacrament-centered. The emphasis was that on the sacraments, especially the sacraments of Holy Communion and confirmation, that the goal of catechesis is to receive both the sacraments. And therefore, everything was centered around this. That is why even today, the mentality of ensuring my children receive these two sacraments is there among many parents. Even if they miss the classes in between these 2 years, or do not give enough seriousness to the classes in between these 2 years, for them it seems to be it's fine. But it is we ourselves as community and church who are also promoting this kind of thinking. Maybe sometimes we continue that, but it's changing. Slowly we have trying to move this wheel from a church-centered, sacramental-centered to Christ-centered uh, dimension of catechesis. As you can see over the last few sessions, we also note we've been talking about the Christ is the center of catechesis, and therefore we are focusing on a Christ-centered catechesis. Christ is the message, and Christ is our goal. Now, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to interrupt. Okay? But this crisis we're talking about, why our young people are not coming back to church, and parents not practicing their faith, or parents not taking things seriously, it's not a new issue. In 1850, this theologian, he's not a Catholic, he's actually a congregational, okay, kind of a kind of an Anglican church branch, a branch of the Anglican church, Horace Bushnell. Okay, you can see the year he lived, and he was a theologian. In fact, he was one of the first great theologians in the United States of America. He asked this question, to put it very simply, when he looked at the situation around him. He asked, and he was one of the fathers, they call him the father of religious education in America. He asked this question, is it a crisis of religious education? Or is it a crisis? Sorry, I misspelled it. I was okay, a crisis of faith. Is it a crisis of religious education, or is it a crisis of faith? What do you all think?
Crisis of faith, Doctor.
Okay,
Crisis of faith.
crisis of faith. So in other words, what are we? So, as I said, it's easy to point the finger at catechesis, or even
Mm.
at parents, even at any particular age, any particular groups of people. But when we say crisis of faith, what are we actually talking about?
Doctor,
Yeah.
Yes, Casey, yes.
see, I prepared a journey of faith for pre-confirmants last year, and this
Mhm.
year, at before confirmation in June, 70 of them turnout was superb. Then, in July, I had a visit to Little Sisters of the Poor, and then suddenly only 20 turned up. When we
Okay.
implored to the parents, and one of the parents said, "Why are you putting this guilt on us?" And all kinds of things. They blasted me and my coordinator. And we were so shocked. So I really, when I analyzed the situation, I realized that it is actually the crisis of faith, Doctor, because they journeyed with us so well in catechism. And then suddenly they find that their school, their music, and all everything else becomes important as compared to Jesus. So I truly believe that this is crisis of faith.
But aren't you still putting the I would say if you don't mind me using the word, the blame. When I say
Uh-huh.
crisis of faith, is it particularly in relation to parents that they have a problem of faith?
Mm, I wouldn't put 100% on parents, Doctor. It's also the catechesis, the learners themselves as well, those who are journeying, because for them, when we ask them, why are you doing coming for the sacrament and all that? Oh, I'm forced to. My parents want me to get the sacrament. So I would put more emphasis on the children themselves, because they are really not matured in that sense to journey the faith. So for them, it's just obligation. That is how
Okay,
I
so
see it, Doctor.
now we have another group to say that the problem is just the learners. Okay, never mind,
Yeah,
Casey. Anyways, I think was it Selva who
sure.
wanted to say something, or
Yes,
somebody?
Doctor.
Yes, Selva.
Yes, Salva here. Now, it is crisis of faith, but it can involve many, many people if we take one child, because that one child sees how the people around them are engaging in faith themselves. If there is no faith in their family, it's lukewarm, just go to Sunday mass and come back and nothing more, then they will grow up thinking that is correct. If they don't feel the special kind of vibe from the catechesis during Sunday class, then they will think, okay, after confirmation, that's it. So what we do, we get the children involved right after First Communion, because the children want to be heard. Their ideas want to be heard. If we still um, if we still take the children as children and not young adults, they don't like it. So as we move with them, as you said, the times are changing, mindset of the elders must also change. Get the children involved, and then they will feel like I am part of the church, I'm part of the community. They
Okay,
will
Selva.
have the faith growing there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else?
I I think it
What
could
does it mean,
be.
crisis of faith? So what we are still stuck with is still this and that. I sense we are still stuck with, you know, it's parents, it's we should do this, we should do that. But what is crisis of faith in reality? What does it actually mean? Yes, sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, Doctor, my thought is if you look at Bushnell's question, it's addressed in the 1800. If my memory serves me correctly, 1800 was a time of industrial revolution. So why would he want to pose a question like that? Potentially, maybe there was an industrial revolution that's going on at the period of time that, maybe parents look at it that, earning a living and going through that phase, hence, it leads to the crisis of faith, where people are more focused towards development rather than, their own personal faith development itself. Personally, I think it's a little bit of both. If you bring it back to today's time and age, I think it's a little bit of both, where it could be a crisis of religious education. Do we do enough in catechizing, the children and the family, particularly the family? And we know that catechesis doesn't just involve teachers teaching, but it's more than that. Um, Crisis of faith is obviously today we are probably going through the same industrial revolution of 4.0, where, children and even families are very distracted, are pulled away from religious or faith development themselves. So we're going through the same cycle as probably what Bushnell
Okay.
at that point in time
Right.
is
Okay.
going through.
So
Yeah.
yeah, since Bushnell was in 1800s, but you can imagine in 1850 itself, this theologian is talking about that issue. So it's not a new issue.
Yes,
The
that's right.
situation, the circumstances may change. That means like they did, I mean, today we have social media, which they didn't have in the 1800s, but there were issues then that affected the faith growth and faith development or the faith of the people. It wasn't just talking about children, it was talking about adults and so on. So this is not a new phenomena. This has been a phenomena since the time of Jesus. The struggle between faith
The
and
world.
our human, yes, faith and our human desires, our human wants, our human needs, and the external factors that affect us. So it's a big issue. That's why I wanted to bring this up right at the start, because if we keep on focusing on, it's just, yeah, it's parents and the learners and methods that we use, it's catechesis. But what Lisa is saying is it's a combination of many factors that until today, even the experts of the experts in our 2000 years of history, saints, and have tried to put their finger into what's the real issue. But until today, no one has been able to come up with a solution. The issue here is not that we want to come up with a solution. There is no immediate solution to this problem, but it is how we need to look at this issue and what do we need to do to work together and do what each of us are called to by God to to respond to the situation. In another 20 years, 30 years from now, they may be talking about the same thing. Anyone else before we move on?
Yeah, Doctor, I wanted to agree with Lisa. I think it's both a crisis of faith and also a crisis of religious education. The crisis of faith is the I think every person has that personal journey of faith to make. No matter what I think in last month when we spoke about the development of faith, we have come to understand that faith is something a person makes in their own way, and we cannot say that everyone has the same journey. But sometimes in faith education or in religious education, we tend to treat everyone as though they have to have the same journey. So maybe the perspectives that we have in religious education and the focus and the mindset that we have when we are in religious education, that we expect our children to do certain things, we expect the children to go to reach certain standards, is not realistic, because that's not what they are supposed to do, not what God wants for them.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to carry on. Thanks for the sharing. We'll have more sharing later. So we are actually living not just in this century. I believe, even during the Bushnell's time, the world must have been changing quite rapidly. World must have been changing quite rapidly even then. But maybe they said the fastest rate of growth in the church in the world happened after World War II. Because during World War II, nations were developing technology, weapons, they were developing like even the uh, in terms of the what we call the internet, although it came later, but a lot of technology that were developed during the Second World War to in order to defeat the enemy. A great amount of development was taking place in the area of technology, science, and all that. Even the atom bomb, the atom bomb was also one of the things that began to be developed very rapidly during that time. So it was after the Second World War that the world began to see this rapid pace of change in the history. So we're living in a rapidly changing world, and I would like some of you to share with me. As you can see, even I've not never heard of like we have Instagram and Facebook. I'm very scared even to go into that. Right? I'm happy with WhatsApp. But
Doctor, you forgot K-pop stars.
what?
K-pop stars.
K-pop stars. Okay, K-pop
Yeah.
stars. All right. Okay. So I would like you all to share, not all of you, maybe some of you to share the one, just share, think about it, one cultural social change, something that change that has impacted you personally during your lifetime. I'm 66 years old. The one thing that it impacted me is that now I really don't have to go looking for books to find information. It's all, as they say, at my fingertips. And it's amazing. I never thought that when I was young and I was a young adult, even 30 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago, that this would be available to me. So that is what has impacted me the most during my lifetime. I don't know what else is going to come. What about some of you?
Dr. Stephen, I've been writing letters since I was 12 years old. I've had pen pals in a few countries. I still have them. And I miss that so much because no one writes anymore. I miss the postman bringing the letters and the collecting the stamps. That part, it has become like a dinosaur age for us.
Yeah.
I really
Even
miss that.
Christmas cards.
Yes, no
Remember,
more.
yes, I used to say to my brothers, I got, number 5 Christmas card. My sister would say, I got 6 Christmas cards. No more,
Yeah, that
huh?
was fun.
Not so much already. Yes. Anyone else? Thank you, Salva.
Yes.
Dr. Steven, I think for me it's because we grew up in the time of transition. So during my time when I was studying, our research requires us to go to the library to look for the books and do your own reading. Nowadays, the young people don't even know what a library is. They haven't been inside a library, and they don't even read books. They will just do Google search and then get the answers from the Google. So I think those were the days that, I think I prefer that. You have to do your own research, read, and then write your own understanding based on what you have read. So it's now very different from how we do research before and how we do our papers before but now I think it's a bit faster, but I think I prefer going to the libraries.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dr. Steven, I think I miss that waiting for the next episode. Last time, the TV, we can only watch that program at that time, like Mind Your Language, I can remember. Yeah. So we will be waiting there at 10. But nowadays, because of this, you can watch anything, anytime. So there's no more schedule. And I don't know, the young people don't seem to have, when they want to watch something, they can watch the whole thing for the whole day without any control. But I miss that.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
I think one of the major changes is that there's a lack of social interaction because like what
Rosalind,
Adeline,
talk about what has impacted you. Yeah.
yes, social interaction, because it's like what Madeline was saying. We used to go to library, but we don't go alone. At least for me, I go with my friends, and we have social interaction, and then fellowship after everything. I mean, we do our reading and all, and then we get together meet. But I think now it's not. You do it on your own, and there's nobody to tell you whether it's okay, it's not okay. You can't share with anybody. It's you just do everything on your own, and then you just present whatever is it. That's it. No
Thank you,
interaction.
Rosalind. Thank
No
you.
social, sorry.
I think
Yes.
the other thing is in this lifetime is the handphone. Today we can't leave the home without the handphone. That's impacted a lot of lives, not just my own itself. I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate that we lived in our lifetime, we saw the development of the handphone, from anything that's big Tupperware chunks with an aerial to today, in small, scrolling screen format. That's one of those things that I think it's really impacted a lot of people's lives as well.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Anyone else?
Oh, yeah. I just want to add, I think how it impacted me is that in all of us, in a way, we lost our patience because everything is in an instant, digitally. When we want something, we click.
I think I would prefer, Raymond, you say I lose my patience than all of us. Maybe
Yeah,
speak.
okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I feel that, my patience is shrinking, how you want to put value it, right? Everything you want it to be in an instant. There's no more patience involved. Like earlier, one of the sisters mentioned about writing letters, and we wait for the postman to bring us what our friends replies. So that's gone. And email, the moment we send it, we click it. Oh yeah, I've done my job, and yeah, I've done my part. And then we just chuck it aside. So in a way, humanity is really affected, and we shape shape us digital minded people, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. Maybe one or two more sharing. Something interesting, something different from the rest. How has this impacted me? Yeah, talk about yourself.
Hi, Doctor. I would like to say.
Adelina, I can louder, please.
To me, I found the recent technology, this few years of technology, give us a lot of changes in finding information. So, like last time when we want to find information, we want to know something, perhaps we need to directly contact the person, or we have to meet up with that person and we get information. But nowadays, you go on computer and do searching through ChatGPT or through AI. All these you can get online. So it gives us convenience, but it also have some risk for us to use it wisely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Adelina. Maybe last one more.
Doctor, for me, I think, the way I'm so dependent on apps like Waze. Yeah, last time you have to ask the directions. I'm like, oh, just use Waze, that's fine, I won't get lost. So that dependency, has increased, and that has I'm not scared because I have my, the apps with me, and I can, so that's a bit scary lah.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one, yes. Okay. So thank you. More or less. So what we know, what we feel, especially those of us who are, I think many of us, I'm of course I'm older than many of you, but we feel that there's this change that has taken place from in our life. Look at the phone itself. There was a time when we used to have those big ones, and then it went to normal phones with a line. Hardly we use that kind of phones anymore. And the postman and things like that. Okay. So let us look at very quickly, some of you have already mentioned it. Let us look very quickly at what are some of the major issues today. As we know it, the image of God, God was very important in the, how do you say, even there was some form of reverence for God. We're talking about in the past, but today there is this erosion of the image of God, who God is. Not just about God, all right? It's not just about people not believing in God, but even who God is changing rapidly. Right now, even in the church, people are praying to God the Father and God the Mother. When we know God doesn't have a gender, but also God can be our Father. God is our Father, but of course, occasionally there is in the scriptures mention of God as Mother. But then to put that into prayer and to make that like I baptize you in the name of the Father and God the Mother, has happened before. As I mentioned, our Catholic priest, one Catholic priest had two, and now so many baptisms, thousands of baptisms, because he had been praying in that way, and he didn't realize that it was wrong. So there's an erosion of the image of God. Then there's a breakdown of the family. And this again is not new. Okay, I think it was already happening in Harold Bushnell's time as well, and even before that. And then there is the breakdown in marriage and what we call materialism, consumerism, hedonism, and all the other isms. And then the rise of fundamentalism, especially Islam. Now, in our country, we are actually being affected by many issues and policies with regards to Islamization in our country. And this is also beginning to be seen in many parts of the world. The rise in entitlement, somehow more and more people, especially, I would not just say the young, but many people feel that they're entitled to things that they don't work hard for. They're entitled to certain privileges that actually they actually do not deserve, right? Because I am, like I will say, the children may say to the parents, okay, because I want this from you because I didn't ask you to give birth to me, you gave birth to me, so you have to take care of me. I want a new car. Okay, recently there was some YouTube video where the father bought a motorbike for his son. I don't know if anybody read that or saw that. Juanita, you know, bought for the son. The son wasn't happy that the father bought him a not so expensive motorbike, is it? Yes. Okay. And then the mechanic or the person selling the motorbike made a YouTube video to say the son is so ungrateful. So this is what we mean by the sense of entitlement. And then we have the bioethics revolution, the rise of the wireless world that we're talking about, and we're talking about the social media that's impacting all our lives. And as we know, the generation that is currently generation, now we're calling it generation, not generation Z, it's called generation Alpha, is it? Stephanie?
Yes, the youngest one is Gen Alpha. Before them
Gen
was
Alpha.
Gen Z. Yes.
Yes. So Gen Z was the first generation to be born in a digital world. Okay, now we have Gen Alpha. They are called digital natives. Digital natives, because they're born in that world, and we are called digital migrants. Okay, we come from the outside. We're born outside this age. So social media. I don't know what else there are. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, uh, Spotify. Is it? I haven't gone to many of these. Some of you have. And then the other issue that's been affecting our faith is church scandals. As I said, we may say, "Oh, it doesn't happen in Malaysia." We do not know. There's no proof. There's no evidence. But church scandals that take place in America or in Europe today, this can affect the faith of people in Malaysia because news about this is easily available. News about this is easily available. There are other scandals. It's scandals that even take place in our own parish. I'm not talking about sexual scandals, but even a relationship between people, relationship between catechists. I remember a young boy coming and telling me, "Teacher, sir, that teacher and that teacher not talking to each other." I said, "How you know?" "I know, lah, sir." Okay, you all can see. This teacher always, they're not happy with each other. So the young people are observing. Then there's this whole thing about globalism, and the woke culture, the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, which is affecting our culture, especially in the Western world. America is even coming to here. So our young people are very idealistic, and they would ask questions like, why can't people of the same gender or same sex marry? Why is the church so strict about abortion? Why is the church outdated? And parents were not able to respond to it, and sometimes even the church community that's not able to respond to this create a crisis of faith. I was reading this interesting article. I just picked up some points from this article. Wokeism, wokeism is the next big religion in the world there's today. So those days we were told not to question the faith, and that the world was coming to an end. But today, under wokeism, it's an article of unquestioned faith that the world is about to end because of global warming. And people like Greta Thunberg, I'm sure many of you know about her, is worshipped as the new age messiah. And there are many not just young people, there are many people like that. And not just about global warming. They're now into the latest one is the Palestine, Israel war, and then there are other issues that are coming up. So instead of the 12 disciples and a myriad of Christian saints, the Church of Work moralizes and worships revolutionary figures, right? Now, how many of you have heard of Che Guevara? I read this. When I was young, I was fascinated by this guy. He was handsome. He was a Cuban revolutionary, handsome and very brave and courageous. I wanted to be not like him. I couldn't be like him, but I read a lot of books about him. Ho Chi Minh, as you know, was the person who fought against the French, Vietnam, and then fought against the Americans to win independence. Fidel Castro, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Lenin, Marx. These are today the models of the Church of Work. And the last point I've picked up from that article is that, like Christianity, which has various denominations and faiths, uh, so the Church of Work, or this religion, has numerous beliefs and ideologies ranging from cultural Marxism to deconstructivism. Deconstructivism is to take what is existing and you break it down. All right, you break it down. And radical feminism, along with gender, queer, and post-colonial theories. So this is what our young people are also learning about. Not just our young people, many of us are also learning about. Now, this is another thing that many people are not talking about, which is the loss of the identity and the mission of our Catholic schools. Many of us don't realize that one of the crises we have, or I wouldn't say the crisis that we used to have, but I think things are improving in the catechetical ministry. The major crisis that developed in the 70s and early 80s, when the government stopped catechism from being taught in schools. Some of you were in Catholic schools. I was hardly in a Catholic school, or maybe only the first year. After that, I was in a Catholic school. But the impact is still being felt today. In the past, catechism was part of the syllabus or curriculum, and then it was then taken out of the syllabus and put after school hours, and then completely taken out of the school system. And now we know even our schools are not able to, except for the building, are not able to inspire our young people through our religious nuns and brothers and so on. So this, when the government stopped the teaching of catechism in our schools, and then they kind of asked all the foreign missionaries to leave the country. It was sometimes in the 1970s. The bishops had to really make a decision. They had to make a decision as to how to respond to this crisis. And that is why catechism, in almost overnight, went into the parish. And then we had to get volunteers who were totally and completely untrained, who were totally, like now at least we have formation and we have got textbooks and we have got all these resources for catechists. But imagine just being called and told by a parish priest, we need you to teach our children catechism. And the teachers these volunteers were asking, what do we have? And there was actually nothing much. Whatever they had was books that were French priests had brought from France, or whatever books they could scrape from here and there and gave to our teacher. My catechism teacher, when I was in primary 2, had only one book. And that was even not a textbook. It was a coloring book. And every week, now I look back and say, poor thing, poor teacher would tear one page and then, how do you say, and make us all share that one page. I would color one part of the tree, another student would color another part of the tree. That was the activity. There were about 12 of us. So together, there was some collaboration in coloring the whole picture. And then but she never explained to us who's that man sitting on the tree. And I used to wonder for many, many years, who was that man on the tree, until I read about Zacchaeus. So that was how it was in the early 1970s when I went for catechism. I'm not sure about your story, but this is a very important issue today that has affected our catechesis today. If you look at the Directory for Catechesis 313, it states, catechesis promotes personal adherence, personal relationship to Christ, and nurturing of the Christian faith. That means catechesis that take place at home and in the parish helps us to go closer to Christ and to mature in our faith. But school teaching, the catechism that takes place in the school, gives students the knowledge of Christianity, the knowledge of the faith. So now parishes have to take over that role, or catechists have to take over that role. What was being taught as knowledge, because in the school you cannot have activities and all that. You basically were teaching the Catholic faith as a sense of source of knowledge. Now our catechists have to do that. And many of them are not trained teachers. Many of them are volunteers. So this is the burden being placed upon our catechists. So if you look at the three areas, key areas of catechesis, the home, where faith is initiated, the first where parents initiate the children into the faith, the school, where the knowledge of the faith is taught, because the parents cannot do that. Parents may not have the adequate knowledge. It's the school that was meant to look into this, complement the role of the parents. And then the parish was actually supposed to integrate the students or the learners into community life. Community life. So if each one of these in Malaysia, if the schools were still functioning, catechism classes were still being taught in schools, then the burden of teaching the knowledge of the faith to our children would have been taken away from our catechists to a certain extent. It doesn't mean they should not, but to a certain extent. So they could focus more on activities that could involve community, right? So this is something we have to look at. And then today we also have new family scenarios. Those days, when you say family, what do we mean? Jonita. We have father, mother,
We have nuclear
children.
families, father, mother, children. Yeah.
And grandparents, right? And now we talk about family. What are the many different types of families? In the directory states in 233, the nature and reality of the family has changed. New relationships, new couples, meaning they're now couples of same sex. Also, new civil unions and new marriages, creating family situations which are complex and problematic for Christian life. So, what are some of these new family situations today? Anyone?
Maybe in the US, they have those two men adopting a child.
Yes.
And raising a child by two men. You've seen that in movies, right?
In the movies, yes. In the movies. Okay.
Blended families. That means the parents being divorcees and bringing children from the previous marriages into a new marriage and having new children.
Yes, blended families.
Single parents.
Single parents, yeah.
Yes, single parents.
Single parents and remarrying also.
Yes, single parents. When we put ourselves in the shoes of single parents, I hardly cannot imagine, because I cannot put myself in the shoes of a single parent to see the struggle that they have to go through just to earn a living and bring up their children. And with all these things happening around them, it's tremendous. The influences are tremendous. What else?
Dr. Stephen, it's the child that suffers as well. I have a child in my class before, and I can see it's a very angry child.
Yes. All right. So what Audrey said is very true. It's not just the parents; it's also the family, the children that are being impacted by this, what we call these changes in the nature and of the family. Right. So we all kind of understand what. So the family is no more. We cannot. In our minds, at least in Malaysia, in our minds, we talk about parents, or we talk about whenever we have formation, whenever we have posters, whenever we do an e-poster, we put always a family with two parents and children and maybe grandparents. But this is changing very, very quickly. So Now that we had this short discussion, very short, brief discussion on the changing, the family in a changing world, let's look back at what we had started off with earlier, right? Where we talked about that people are who tend to say, oh, it's the catechist's fault, it's the parents' fault. Yes, there is, to some extent, it's true, it's a crisis of religious education, it's a crisis of faith. But how are these realities? How can these realities that we have been discussing affect our catechesis today, the needs of catechesis today? What I've tried to do is take you out of just the fact that there are, we're talking about irresponsible parents, and we're not talking only about poor catechesis, also about the learners are not also being responsible, but to see the bigger picture here. So many things that are factors that are affecting the family today. And as a result of that, affecting the ministry of catechesis.
Dr. Stephen, one of the things that wasn't mentioned is on mixed marriage family, where the child is so confused as to which to follow. I have that. And sometimes this was a bit shocking when one of my students told me they don't know who Mother Mary is, in spite of attending Sunday school. So there's so many things happening that is affecting us, because no matter how much we try to share with them and educate them, if it doesn't have a follow-up in the family, it breaks down.
Thank you. Anyone else?
To the question, I suppose the challenge would be for catechists, whether it's the teachers or those who are supposed to catechize the family. It's not one shoe size fits all. How do we, say, for example, being in a class where your children, each individual are so different and coming from different backgrounds, are affected by or influenced by different backgrounds. How do the teachers, reach out to develop these kids in faith? That's my thought, yeah.
Right. I think Selva mentioned a very important point about actually it's not mixed marriage. When you talk about mixed marriage, let me emphasize the term mixed marriage in the church is used for marriage between two Christians. Okay, in canon law, it's a marriage between a Catholic and baptized from another church, what we call another denomination, mixed marriage. Right? This is formally the term used in the Catholic Church. What we call is disparity of cults. Disparity of cults, meaning, of course, a different belief, religion. So the people, disparity means differences in religion. Disparity of cult. But okay, I think what Selva mentioned is mixed marriages. We all understand it's a mixed marriage between people of two different religions. But for your information, please note. So it is a very big issue because more and more, many priests are telling me more and more of their parishioners are getting married to those who are outside the Catholic Church. And not just Christians, more and more are getting married uh, to young men, women especially getting married to young men from Hinduism. So that is the concern. Seems to be all boys getting married to girls from other religions, especially from the Hindu religion. And in this instance, it depends if the father is the dominant figure. The father will insist that the child is brought up as a Hindu, or may even insist to let the child decide when the child is older. But it's always, I have seen often it's the mother. If the mother is a Catholic, often I notice it, not the grandmother, are the one who somehow try to ensure that the child is somehow brought up in the Catholic faith, bring the child to church, or even accompanies the child to catechism. And it's not an easy situation, as Salva said. Anyone else in your own ministry as catechist, or what your experience, what's happening in the world affected? Okay, I tell you what, Stephanie, why don't we have about how many minutes? I think
10 o'clock now.
15 minutes. 15 minutes, right? We have 15 minutes, 10, 15, we finish. Maybe we do have a breakout room.
Sure.
Some of you may be very shy. Morning, Kevin. Just
Uh,
put them, let's say there are 27, put them in groups
27,
of
yes.
6 times 4. Because you don't need to come and give me feedback. 6 times 4,
4
7
means
times
7 rooms.
7,
The 4
7
persons.
rooms. So 7 times 3 is 20. Sorry, my bags are so bad.
7 times 4 will be, you want 3 persons a room or 4 persons?
3 persons per room.
3 persons per room. Then I'll put 9 rooms, doctor.
Okay, 9 times 3 is?
27.
Yes. 3 is fine.
Okay. We will create.
Okay, then once the break time is over, go for your break at 10:15. Then we'll see you at 10:30.
How long is the breakout room, doctor?
15 minutes until 10:15.
Okay.
Our break is at 10:15, so you can go off for your break and be back at 10:30.
Okay. All right then.
Okay, I'm going to end the recording. Get the recording, pause the recording. Okay, let me record. All the wonderful sharing that you were doing, I couldn't record both. Yeah. I hope everybody's here. As Lisa said, it seems like a small group of people, some small committed people trying to fight against this, go against this wave, that, and that's the reality. Often I wake up with that. I won't say wake up. I go through that too. But that the challenges are so overwhelming, and that is what our faith is about. It calls us to be like the 12 apostles, be like Jesus, the 12 apostles, the saints. If you look at the life of many saints, they were actually going through this great amount of challenges, even among their own community, even among their bishop. They had challenges with the bishop, with other priests, and yet they had a vision. They remained committed to it and did what they felt God is calling them to do. Okay. All right. Anyone? Lisa, thanks for sharing. You were sharing something very nice. Maybe you could, I, maybe others could also share from your group discussion. Don't share about what other people say, but what something new that you learned. I think what Lisa you shared was something that what came out from your discussion that I thought was very interesting. Maybe you could just share it again if you don't mind, if you
No,
can remember.
I mean, I was just thinking out loud that we're like a minority group of people trying to challenge the world, because when Dr. Stephen showed that 12 issues, that 12 crisis, it's like, yeah, we are working against all this, as the kids come into class. But one of the other thoughts also, I think, out of the 12, I don't know whether it falls into materialism or not, Dr. Stephen, is that when family are poor, if they're not very God-centered, obviously faith is the least at the bottom of their list, or probably not even there at all. They would drive their kids to study harder, to do harder, and the families would try and make a living. At the end of the day, they want to have a better life. God is definitely not at the center of the family. And then how do we, try and instill faith in these, group of people and the families? Yeah, that's my thought.
Yes, that's true. Because as we know, we need for many people, the basic needs like food and shelter have become priority, are so important. And in the search for in search for these basic necessities, God may have been important to them, but over the years, slowly he's sidelined because they are looking for what they think is more important for their lives. Anyone else want to share something that struck you during your discussion? Right, Salwa mentioned something about having formation for adult, for parents.
Yes, but
Right?
yes, doctor.
It has been going on, Salwa,
Parents.
for the last since 1970s. It's been
Yeah.
going on. Yes, 1970s. If you look at the number of formation taking place in our archdiocese almost every weekend, you will be amazed. You'll be amazed. Afterwards, I'll share with you certain things about what our family life ministry is doing. I was amazed, in fact. we will go through that. Okay, we'll come to that
Okay.
part, session 4. Let me now share screen for session 2, which is entitled The Educational Task of the Family. So I was doing my research. I thought this would be a good topic to talk about, because before we even talk about catechesis, let me see, I'm recording, right? I already recorded. Yes. Did I record?
Yes, doctor, there's a
Oh,
recording
okay.
button at the top.
Thank you. Before even talk about catechesis, we want to understand, what does the church say about the task of the family, the task of the parents with regards to education as a whole. And I'm so blessed that God led me, because I had this document, but it's been a long time since I referred to it, a document called Familiaris Consortio. Familiaris Consortio. If you look on the right-hand side, it is a very important document by John Paul II on the role of the Christian family in the modern world. Now, this document came out in 1981. 1981, sorry, I didn't put the year there. 1981, following the Synod of Bishops on the Family in 1980. Now, during the Second Vatican Council, the bishops asked that they be able to meet regularly at the universal level. Okay, bishops meet at the regional level. For example, this last week, Monday to Friday, the Catholic bishops of Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore were meeting to discuss certain issues in relation to the region. Then they meet twice a year, in January and in July. So there is a meeting of the bishops at the regional level. Then there's a meeting at the national level. Malaysian bishops will meet, and there's a regional level. Then it won't be a meeting at the level of the continent, at the FABC, Federation of Asian Bishops Conference. But they were saying we want to meet at the universal level. So it was decided that every 5 years there would be a synod. Every 5 years there would be every 2 years there would be a synod. Every 2 years there would be a synod of the bishops. And this was one of these synods, the synod on the family. And after the synod, the bishops would hand the findings, their discussion, to the Pope, and the Pope would come out with a document. So this was the document, Familiaris Consortio. Now, in this document, the bishops pointed out that there was 4 tasks that the family has to carry out. These are the 4 tasks. The first is forming a community of persons. Second is serving life. Third is participating in the development of society. And number 4, sharing in the life and mission of the church. But because of time limitation, I will not be able to go through all the 4. Please, if you have the opportunity to read Familiaris Consortio, please do. It's available online under the Vatican website. Just go there and type out Familiaris Consortio and choose the one that says Vatican. I'm going to focus on number 2, that is serving life, because that is the task that is directly related to the education, the role that parents are required to play, or the family is supposed to play. As I said, I'm taking number 2, serving life. Now, under serving life, the Synod stresses 2 important ways by which the family can serve life. There are 2. One is transmitting life, and the second is education. So for transmitting life, I'm just going to mention it briefly so that you have an idea, but I will not be going into detail here. Okay, please note. So the fundamental task of the family is to serve life. How does it do? Firstly, the family transmit life caused by the parents through procreation. Procreation basically means having children. And through this procreation, they then pass on this divine image from person to person. We are created in the image and likeness of God. I am created in the image and likeness of God. And when I join my spouse in a sexual union and we have a child, we pass on that divine image of God, the dignity and the divine image of God to our children, to your children. And from there, to go on, it goes on from grandchildren, then great-grandchildren, and so on, from generation to generation. And that is why this transmission of life, this task is so fundamental in the life of in the life of society, in the life of the world, in the life of church, procreation. Now, the second way that the family transmits life is by helping and enriching their children. Parents, by helping and enriching their children to grow physically, morally, spiritually, and ways desired by God. So this is part of transmitting life. When a parent helps the child to take the first steps, when the parent helps the child to read the first words, the alphabets, or to, as they grow older, to start making decisions, to choose, to spend money wisely, to know what is right and wrong. In this way, they are not just teaching their children or helping the children to know, to gain knowledge, skills, and experiences, but they're also transmitting life to their children. So everything that you do as parents, as family members, whether it's exchange between siblings, exchange between uncle and aunties, and especially from parents to children, you are transmitting life through every effort that you make to help another person in your family. And this is very beautiful. We always talk about transmitting life as only procreation, but the church says that it's also by helping people in our family. And the third way that parents transmit life is that through their own life and through the life of their children, they then transmit life to the church because the church is a community of believers. The church cannot exist without people. And the more we have children and we baptize children, when you baptize your children, they become members of the Catholic Church. And that is how the church continues to grow. And you also then, by the presence and existence of your children, you bring transformation to the world. Each one of us, and each of one that you bring into the child you bring into the world, can make a difference in society and in the world. Okay, I can see Selva taking down notes so seriously, and Stephanie as well, all our participants. Right, so this is the way that we transmit life. But please go to the document and read this because it is very, very rich. Now, the second way of serving life is through education. This is what we want to focus on. I have tried to put some images here and there to try to emphasize the points. Often the images are not looked at because they are just there to beautify. But I choose these images very carefully. So you see two images. One is of creation, and the other is a parent, a mother helping the children to help with housework and to be responsible, so that one day the child will learn the importance of doing housework. Education. In this part of the document, the heading is the right and duty of parents regarding education. The right means it is the right of the parent when it comes to certain aspects of education. It's my right. It is not something that you cannot demand. For example, okay, that for example the parish priest says, okay, from next year onwards, no catechism in the parish because I'm very busy going on pilgrimage. For example, he says, I'm joking, our parish priest won't say that. All our catechism teachers have protested. They want money, they want a salary. So as a result, I'll close down the catechism classes. So every parent can go and say, Father, sorry, it is my right to have catechism for my children. It is your right. And duty is your responsibility as a parent when it comes to education. And why is this so? Where does this right and duty come from? It is rooted in the primary vocation of married couples. Now, later on, I'll explain to you a bit more about this, about how the sacrament of marriage is fundamental for you to become responsible to teach your children the faith. So it is rooted in the primary vocation. The main vocation of married people are participate in God's action of transmitting life. In creation, God gave life. God created the world. God created animals, gave them life, and God created human beings and gave them life. So in the same way, married couples' primary vocation, their calling, is to participate in God's creative action, bringing forth children, helping your children to grow, and through them, through your life and through your children's life, making a change in the world and in society and in the church. That's how you participate in God's action of transmitting life and creative action. So every child that comes into the world has got a potential, has got a God-given potential. And it is the duty of the parent and the right of the parent to ensure that this child, given to him or her, given to them, is helped to the best of their ability to help the child fulfill that potential, fulfill, to live a fully human life from the moment of conception until the child is an adult and beyond. Usually, adult up to adulthood. So we have to ensure that, and that is why when, for example, when even for me as the director of the Catechetical Institute, and Stephanie wanted to join me, and now I have two other staff. The question that I used to ask myself, Lord, what do you want me to do? But these days, my question has changed to Lord, what do you want me to do for them? So that I may be able to some extent, help them to fulfill the potential that God has put in them. I, as their director, as the boss, because I do not want them to become people in my image and likeness. Parents should not want their children to be in their image and likeness, but rather whom God wants them to be, in the image and likeness of God, as God wants them to be. So, Familiaris Consortio 36 says the right and duty of parents to give education is about transmission of human life, it's transmission of life. It's connected to the transmission of life. And because it is so original, it is originally belongs to parents. This transmission of life through education belongs primarily, originally to parents. And primarily means importantly to parents. That means you have the right, the duty and the right beyond the teachers and catechists. Beyond teachers and catechists. Of course, teachers have their own role. Catechists can have their own role. You cannot go and take over the teacher's role and the catechist's role. You cannot say, I don't need them. I will teach my children everything. I don't need to send them to school, although there's homeschooling today and all that. But actually, in other words, it's saying that your role is primary. You are the first. You have the right to insist. You have the right to ensure that your children are taught correctly and properly, whether it's by teachers in school or by catechists in the parish, or whichever educational center that you go to, especially in the younger years. When I was teaching in Sunway College, I was lecturing there for 2 years. A couple came to see me. Parents came to see me because they told me that I didn't give their son an A. I gave him a B for moral studies. I was teaching moral studies and relation studies. And then when I told them that the boy is a smart guy, but he wasn't coming to class, they didn't believe me. I showed them the attendance list. Out of the 20 over classes, he attended only twice. But because he was smart, he was able to read the notes and pass the exam. So they were shocked because they thought that they realized the son was not being truthful to them. So they said, Doctor, can we take you for lunch? Of course, I joined them for lunch out of courtesy, but I didn't give the son the A, of course. So these are things. Parents have to ensure that their children are given the best. Yes, the parents also have to ensure that they know that the teacher and catechist lecturers have their specific role. So it is irreplaceable. The role of the parents in education is irreplaceable. It cannot be replaced or delegated to anyone. I know I should be saying this to parents, not to catechists, but it's good for you to know, right? It is irreplaceable and therefore cannot be entirely delegated by others or taken over by others. Even others cannot take over. You have the primary role, and is inalienable. That means it cannot be taken away from you. It cannot be taken away from you. That's what we mean by inalienable. Anyone has any comments or questions about this? Let's move on then. Right? In a gist, we can say parents have been appointed by God Himself as the first and primary principal educators of their children. The right is completely inalienable. It cannot be taken over by anyone else. School teachers are appointed by Ministry of Education. Catechists may be appointed by the parish priest, but your role as parents is appointed by God through the sacrament of marriage. Now, whether you're a single parent or not, it still applies, even to single parents. Later on, as Selva mentioned about mixed marriage, the church has something to say about that. Now, in my research, I also, I don't know what I pressed, got marks all on the side. In, what they call it, in the document, in Familiaris Consortio, they mentioned this document, the Gravicissimum Educationis, the gravity of education, the importance of education in English, right? That is a Vatican II document. Familiaris Consortium is not a Vatican II document. It is a post-Vatican II. It came after Vatican II in 1981. But this is a Vatican II document. I referred to that. And it says this. GE3, Gravissimum Educationis 3 says, as it is parents who have given life to their children, on them lies the gravest obligation. Gravest means the most important obligation of educating their family. They must therefore be recognized as being primarily and principally responsible for their education. Primarily means the first, principally means the most important. You are firstly most responsible and mostly responsible for their education. The same passage says the role of parents in education, and not just talking about catechism, talking about education in general, is of such importance that is almost impossible to provide an adequate substitute. In other words, if parents do not carry out their role, the educational task, then it is going to affect all other areas of education, including catechesis, including their education in schools. Now, FC36, Familiaris Consortium, makes a very interesting statement. And what is it that motivates a parent to carry out their duty, their role and duty as educators' responsibility? It is parental love. It is the love that parents have for their children. That is what motivates you to ensure that you carry out your role. It says, I quote here, the love of parents is the source and the animating principle. Animating principle means it's what inspires you, motivates you, what drives you in this task of educating your children. The love of parents is the source and animating principle that inspires and guides all educational activity that you carry out for your children. So sometimes this question is whether parents are actually serious about faith formation of their children. What is the reason that they are not? Is it because they are busy? Is it because they are not interested? When you ask them, do you love your children? They'll say, definitely we love our children. That's why we're giving them everything. But we also have to help them to understand that if they truly love their children, then they must also take faith education or faith formation, catechesis very seriously. And how does this shown? How is this shown in the life of the parents? by their kindness, by the constancy of their love that they show for their children, the goodness, the service, sometimes the disinterestedness. That means they are willing to sacrifice. They are very interested in certain things. Parents, mothers especially, more than that, single mothers. You desire certain things for yourself. They desire certain things for themselves, but they disinterest themselves. I'm not interested in this for the sake of my children, or the self-sacrifice that they make for the sake of their children. So when I read that, I was actually very amazed that it's true. And it's true that what is it that inspires parents, not just for educational activity, for everything they do for their children, is the love that they have. And need to apply this into the realm of education. Any feedback, any comments on this? Have you witnessed this yourselves? Have you experienced this yourselves? The parental love that drives
Yeah.
you.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, Casey. Give an
Yes, yes.
example.
Okay. It's both my children. How they have got themselves very close to the Lord, and they've always been very faithful, even though they're in the ministry now. But somehow or other, our love, I mean, my wife and me, they have now grown into it. Yeah.
Okay, right? And it will involve a lot of sacrifices on your part and your wife.
Oh, yes, doctor, definitely.
Okay.
It was not
Anyone
easy.
else? Yes, not easy. Anyone else?
I think I've witnessed some at least mothers lah that are not of the Catholic faith. They join the RCIA. They want to learn more about the faith because of their children. They feel like we want our children to have the best. What they're learning in church, I also need to know so that I can guide them at home. So for that reason, they join the RCIA. For that reason, they learn about the Catholic faith, even though they're actually not. They may not know anything about us in the first place. Yes.
That's interesting. Thanks, Stephanie, for sharing that. Thank you.
I have a child whose parents were interfaith, and over the years, the mother decided to join RCIA, and now she is one of the catechists as well. And her child is in my class. I'm really, really blessed to have him. He really followed the class and is a role model for other children in the class.
Thank you. Thank you, Audrey. Okay, I guess only those of you who are here who are parents and mothers who know the amount of sacrifices that you have made and are making and may have to make. Even though when their kids are grown up, they maybe even be married. I still see my mother when I was, even though I was married and all that, still willing to make sacrifices for the sake of their children. So it's amazing. But you see how the church has connected the transmission of life to education, to married life, and the love of the parents. It's bringing everything together. Right? Bringing everything. So it's important for us to see all this as holistically. They're not just sending their children to their catechism or not sending their children to catechism. It's a lot to do with how much do you love your children, even in regards to the faith, the catechism. All right, so I'll continue with the sharing. All right, the church document also talks about the educating the children in the essential values of human life. This is where this happens in the family. This happens in the family. Yesterday, my wife was sharing with me about this home where she goes to help to not sometimes teach the children music because she's a very good musician. She's a self-learned musician. She teach them guitar, yeah, and teach them guitar. And she was talking about how these children, although they have parents, but because the parents come from very poor backgrounds, they send their children to this particular home, a children's home, and many of them stay there until they are teenagers, and then they are sent back to their family. But although they have parents but they come and stay in this home for many years, you can still see that the children feel a sense of uh, loneliness. They want to be with their parents. They want to stay with their parents, but they have this sense of loneliness, and they have this sense of a sense of lack of belonging in that home because they feel that it is not their family, still not their family when they are young, especially. So they share this with my wife. So this is where the family unit, Indian the family, the parents, even in spite of all that we have shared earlier, the 12 challenges and more, certainly more than we have talked about the crisis. The church says parents must confidently and courageously educate their children in essential human values. Whether we cannot give up on that. Cannot give up on that. Okay. I remember this incident that just came to my mind when I was, for 2 years, I was working in USM and I was helping out with a research on rape and sexual abuse in Penang. It was what rape and sexual abuse, the cases that happened in Penang. I was working under a professor, and we went to interview prisoners, people in Taiping prison, Ipoh prison, and Penang prison who were in jail because of rape and sexual abuse crimes. And I was given the task of interviewing those in the among the Tamil speaking. Tamil speaking. I had a friend who interviewed them in Bahasa, and the professor was interviewing them in English. And we had quite a big number of people who were in prison because of these crimes. And one thing that struck me then is that we also recorded their religion. They recorded their religion, right? Now, I'm not saying this as out of a boastful nature. I'm not saying that we are better than others. But what struck me then was out of the many, I wouldn't quote the number, 60 old people we interviewed, there were not a single Christian. I'm not saying that Christian men, do not commit this crime. I'm not saying that. But what struck me was that, it somehow struck me. And I didn't bring it up because I didn't want, but he didn't bring it up in the findings. I just felt it. And what made me also realize is that something that we are doing in our families, in our catechism, and especially in our catechism, something we are doing in our catechism gets to our children. It does go down to our children, whether they seem interested or not, and they carry it with them. And when they do something wrong, they know it's there as a reminder to say, this is wrong. Whether they cross that line, we do not. We can't be there to help them, tell them not to, but whatever seed we plant in their lives in our catechism class makes a difference. This is what I felt at that time. Okay? Again, I'm not saying that Catholic men, Christian men, or people, Catholics do not do this, commit this, because we know there are cases where people do other crimes, but we are making a difference. So parents are asked to continue to teach their children. Now look at what's happening in our schools. We have indoctrination where our children go to schools and they are at times, I would say, forced to listen to certain teachings, maybe certain prayers of the Muslim faith, and indoctrination is taking place. Last weekend, Stephanie and I were involved in formation for catechists for the Myanmar community. And one of the main concerns is that their children, their teenagers, are being influenced and being taken away from the church by Muslims and also from people from other churches, non-Catholic churches. So these are affecting our young people. So we must continue to remind parents, and we must tell parents, continue to teach their children the human values. What are these values? Teach them the correct attitude regards to material goods, things. More so today, the child is a great challenge. How do we teach our children to be able to differentiate between our younger people, in fact, some of the older ones wanted branded stuff, and parents cannot afford, all right, branded stuff. So to teach them that human beings are more important, human beings are more precious than things. To teach them about discerning, about making choices, about about things, about material things. Teach them about justice, a sense of justice, and respect for every individual, regardless of their race, religion, background. Teach them about love, showing sincere concern, and serving others, especially the poor and those in need. Where do they learn all this from? They learn it from the parents, they learn it in the family. I still remember an incident in Rome when I was studying in Rome. One of the assignments that we had was to go to parishes and to teach 2 catechism classes in Italian, of course, right? It was towards the third year, my third year. By then, my Italian was much better. And the kids were not really interested in the catechism classes. They were more interested in me and where I came from, right? They were asking me a lot of questions about Malaysia, Malaysia. They call it Malaysia. And where I was I married, how many children I had, how many grandchildren I had, okay, and so on. So, but one thing that struck me as I was waiting outside the church before that I started the class, I was waiting for my friend because my friend was also coming with me to teach another class. And I was waiting at the outside. There was someone begging for money, begging for money, and and there was a father and a son. The son was about, I would say, 3 years old, who were leaving the church. Was leaving the church, okay, and the classes, as you know, in catechism, the classes are near a church. So the father and son were coming out of the church. The father kneeled down and was talking to the son. And then he placed money in the son on the son's hand. And the father was saying in Italian, telling this boy, that man there is a human being. He is like us. His father is telling the children son in Italian, questo uomo è un umano. Okay? And also on and so on. So he said, the money I'm going to give you, you go and give it to him. But do not give it to him because you think you are better than him, but because you are showing him the love of Jesus. Now go and give him the money. So the boy went and gave the money to the person who was begging. So I was so touched by the fact that the father took time to explain to his son, to his child, the significance of serving others, of giving, even in the act of giving money, what is the perspective and context that the son must have in doing so. And I believe that this way, the boy will grow up to be a young man, the child will grow up to be a human person who will, in serving others, have this sincere love and concern for other human beings, especially those who are poor and in most in need. The document also describes the family as the school of self-giving. And where did they learn about self-giving? From their parents. The self-giving of the love between the husband and wife. And that is very important. I think all of you know. Children will learn a lot from their parents, and they will see how parents love each other. The willingness for the husband to give of himself, his time, of his whatever he has to the wife, and vice versa. They are the model. The husband and wife love for the self-giving love for each other is the model for others in the family. I remember one of my good friends, she was taking care of her, she was taking care of her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law is quite old and grumbling and always complaining about this and complaining about that. But my friend, the daughter-in-law, continued to take care of her. All right, continued to take care of her, show her love and concern. And one day, her daughter told her, Mommy, the daughter was about 7 years old. Mommy, I will make sure I don't put you in an old folks home because one of her friends' grandmother was placed in an old folks home. She told, Mommy, I won't put you in an old folks home because I see you really take care of grandma. I will make sure I take care of you. So these are things that children see in the home, the self-giving love of the husband and wife, the daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and so on, uncles, aunties, and so on. So, Familiaris Consortio 37 states, the self-giving in daily life that the parents show for each other, that the parents show for their children, that the children learn from their parents, and then maybe between they share their self-giving among their siblings. That sometimes the child would want something desperately, but the parents would say, "This one we're getting for so and so because this and that." And I explain to the child. There are things when I was young that I really wanted, but my parents could only get for my brothers because they were going to sit for an important exam, or there's something important coming up, or my brother had a heart problem, which when you're young, you're really not so, you really don't know. My younger brother had a heart problem, so my parents had to show more care for him. And as the older ones feel why my parents show more care for him. But as you grow older, you learn why parents have to make certain decisions. So the self-giving for each other, according to the church, is the most effective pedagogy. We have all the pedagogies we learned about last month, methodology and pedagogy that we learned about how to teach children. But the church says that this self-giving that takes place in the family is the most active pedagogy, the best teaching methodology that we can use, that we can learn from, for an active, responsible, and successive inclusion of children in the wider society. And this includes the area of sex education. FC 37 says, because even in the area of sex, in the area of sex, union, sexual activity, parents, the father and husband and wife, those of you who are married, know that there has to be a lot of self-giving. It's about self-giving. When the husband and wife become one in the sexual union, sexual activity, it is not just about the act itself. It's about the husband giving himself totally to the wife and the wife giving of herself totally, mind, body, and soul to the husband. If you study about this deeply, you'll find that I think in TOB talk about this. Sorry, somebody's coming to the meeting room. Stephanie, can you? I don't know why I cannot move my. Okay, thank you. So the very sexual union is about giving of self to the other, totally giving of self to the other. So, but then in other areas of one's life, even transmitting life to their children, this whole act of self-giving, the parents also have the right, according to the church. They have the right and duty. They are most responsible to talk to their children, to educate their children regarding the area of sex. It is their right and their duty. No one can take it away from them. And that is why when I was working on the MCS textbooks, the Malaysian Catechetical series, at one stage I went to see Archbishop Hakim and to ask him how much of these topics about sex and sex education do I put into the MCS books. He said as little as possible. I think I shared this with you last month. As little as possible. What is necessary for them to know? The rest, let the parents take care. Of course, we will say, well, the parents are not even bothered. Parents will say, we have no time. The son goes to the father has no time. The daughters go to the mother has no time. Or they're very shy. They're very shy to talk about it. They say, go and talk to your teachers in the school or in the parish, or where they will they'll go to YouTube. But the church reminds parents that this is their basic right and duty, which means that parents must have the right to find out what kind of advice, sex education, or advice has been given by their children in the parish, in the school, and in other educational centers. You have the right to know. Now, I do not know about Malaysia. I think that they have been talking about sex education, and I believe there's some form of sex education that's happening in the schools. But parents have the right to know, and they even have the right to intervene if they feel that certain things that are being taught are not in accordance to their belief, accordance to what they feel is right and wrong. So you must be attentive. Sorry, not you. Parents must be attentive as to what is being carried out in regards to sex education in the home, in school, and educational centers. Unfortunately, this is not happening in our families. Okay, and that is why for us, TOB is so essential. TOB is so essential. Now, you know that in our ministry, we have got a TOB team led by Sister Rita. And thanks to her, we have got a TOB team that's able to give sessions in English, Tamil, Bahasa, and Mandarin. And parishes are inviting the teams. Every month, we have one team going to the parishes. In fact, today, Sister Rita is giving a talk on TOB to the Tamil language catechists in APC. 56 of them are taking part. Hopefully 56 arrive there. 56 have signed up. So it's important for us to continue to promote this beautiful program because it is approved by the church based on the writings of Pope St. John Paul II. Now, there are also other programs for younger children. But for now, we want parents to be the ones to teach their children about sex and what all that is involved. Okay, sex is not just about the sexual act, it's about the whole person. Now, where does this mission come from? Where does this responsibility come from? The duty and the right comes through the sacrament of marriage. For Christian parents, the mission to educate has its source in the sacrament of marriage. Please remind the parents very respectfully and gently that on the day of their marriage, they receive the grace and ministry of the Christian education of their children. GDC, General Directory for Catechesis. There's an extra bracket there, sorry. I hope you're also reading your GDC, the one that you bought for 20 ringgit. Because in my marriage vow, when I made my vow to my wife, not just to my wife, but to the church, I said, yes, I will accept children livingly from God and bring them up according to the law of Christ and his church. Everyone who got married in the church made this vow. So we cannot say, I cannot delegate the task of educating the children in the faith entirely to the catechist. So it is the sacrament of marriage that gives parents the dignity and the vocation. Vocation. The moment you marry, you're called to become an educator of your child in the family. It's a vocation. It's a vocation that's added to your marriage vocation. And with this dignity and vocation, you share in the very authority and love of God the Father, the Creator, the one who transmits life. You share in the love and authority of Jesus, the Good Shepherd, the teacher, the master teacher. You share in the authority and love of the motherly church, the motherly love of the church, who is the teacher of the faith. So it's important for us to begin with as catechists, especially those of us who are married, those of us who are going to get married, okay, and those of us who are actually even those who are not married in their children, to realize that parents have been given this dignity and vocation to their marriage, sacrament of marriage. Okay, and Thomas of Aquinas, one of the great saints in our church and one of the most, I would say, the most brilliant theologians in our church, compared the educational role of parents with the ministry of priests. Even he compared this. You can find this in FC in the document Familiaris Consol 38. This is his quotation that I'm putting here. I'm just going to read it to you and explain it to you. Some, that means the priest, I'm talking about the priest, only propagate. That means propagate means they transmit or they spread or they share and guard spiritual life. They protect spiritual life of others by a spiritual ministry. This is the order, this is the role of the sacrament of orders. It is the priest who receives the sacrament of holy orders. Others do this both by corporal and spiritual life. That means you transmit life. Parents transmit life. Parents share life, share love, teach their children in the corporal sense, in the physical sense. In the physical sense. It's only parents, married parents, who can do this, bring forth new life in form of children. and to care for their children and to have an attitude of self-giving for their children, both physically and spiritually. Both physically and spiritually. And this is brought about by the sacrament of marriage, by which a man and a woman join in order to beget offspring, children, and to bring them up to worship God. So, Thomas of Aquina's makes a comparison. It doesn't compare to say one is better than the other. It says one is as good as the other. As good as the other. Just that yours is different. Parents, the way parents do it is different. So it's important for family, especially for parents, to be clearly aware of the mission that they have received through the sacrament of marriage, so that they can place themselves at the service of their children's education with a sense of tranquility and trustfulness in God, because they know that the vocation comes from God, that they know their dignity as educators of their children comes from God. And no one can take it away from them, and no one can replace them. But it also means it's not just enough to be aware, it also means that they have to have a sense of responsibility before God, before the church, who calls them and gives them the mission of building up the church in their children. Because the church needs us to have, it needs parents to bring forth children, and it is because of this that we are able to have the church today, over 2,000 years. All right, we still have a bit of time. Stephanie, what's the time, please?
11:20.
11:20. Our session finishes at 11:30.
Yes.
All right, 10 minutes. Feedback, comments, your views of what I've just shared.
Doesn't this mean, Doctor, that
Yeah.
parents need to be evangelized first before we can expect them to evangelize or transmit what they have to their children? I mean, you can't give what you don't have,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So,
In fact, there is a very important document in Evangelii Nunciandi. I can't remember what number. So it says, in the family, all are evangelizers and all are evangelized. So you're right, Stephanie. Parents have to be evangelized first. This brings us back then, of course, what Selva has said. Parents should attend a course. Parents should go for this, formation, adult formation. Next month, Father Mark Michael is coming from Penang Diocese to give the talk on adult catechesis. So a lot of that some of this hopefully will be handled there. But you're right, parents have to be evangelized. The question is the how. Now, my sessions, if you notice, is not about the how. At our level here, we are not talking about the how. I'm not going to say you all should do this, you should do that. But basically, the why and the what. This is what we are here for at this level certificate level, okay, to help you to know the how and the what. The how hopefully will come either in other ways, through formation and other types of formation. Anyway, thanks, Stephanie. Anything to add to what you just said?
I feel like it's a really uphill battle, because even adults are not really evangelized, so how are we going to do it? So it's really an uphill battle.
Yes, we will look at this in topic 4. Topic 4, the afternoon. Yvonne, you wanted to say something? No. Anyone else?
I think it's not just evangelization. I mean, the last two para that the doctor presented, a clear awareness of the mission that they have received. I think people have forgotten that that sense of awareness. I don't know, maybe during the sacrament of marriage, the couple are excited. I don't think they are focused on the message. It's to yeah, Stephanie, that's a pointer to you. So I mean, ultimately, it's re-emphasizing this to the couple again. It's not just evangelization, the mission that they're given, at the point when they said yes, to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like what you said about the financial difficulties plays a part too, because sometimes that becomes their focus, no, because they're struggling to survive as a family, as a couple. So it takes priority over their faith. And not everyone is able to say, no, we put God in the center, we put God first. They'd be like, we need food.
Yeah. That's true. But I think a lot of families require that sort of reminder. Like that's very human, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
also in the Bible, historically, they get they've forgotten.
They need the reminder that God provides. Yes.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I think, ultimately, parents are the frontliners rather than us, to be rightly put. And I think from the priests up to the ministries or whatever in the respective parishes should, I think, play their role, emphasizing that it is not the responsibility of the catechist. Because otherwise, if even even in baptism, some people just like a confirmation recital of I will do this, I will do that, but in terms of really, it's just that moment. After that, it's forgotten. So I think if you really need to, have parents recognizing catechists in the role of their child's faith formation, and also their role, who as they are the foundation. They start it first, because they bring the child, to this world. So I think if everyone in the church, uh, arms or limbs, play their role, I think it'll be a more, much more a stable way of, of getting our work done, without any challenges. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Something. This one is talking about the role of parents in the child's faith education. I think this is something very important in the sense that what we call it now, we call it pre-baptism, infant baptism briefing. In my parish now, I'm involved in that, but we take turns, to do every month once. But I remember when my daughter was being baptized, we have to undergo, I don't know how many months, I forgot, maybe 6 months or something. Every month, we plus the godparents, we have to attend a session with the parish priest. It's not just a lay person, with the parish priest himself. And we are given, now I forgot the whole thing, but what I mean is at the time, the emphasis to us that as parents and godparents, it's not that just the ceremony and that's it, and then pour the water, that's it. But we were given, few months of session. It's not so long as 9 months, but I remember distinctly a few months. Yeah, we have to undergo every month to see the parish priest, and he takes the time to talk to us, to tell us, and there's a group of parents involved. But nowadays,
Who's the priest, please, Rosalind?
Andre Wall.
Oh, those were the days.
Those were the days. That's why I said the French
Yes.
priest.
I was surprised when you say it. I thought, is it happening now?
No.
Recently?
It was the French priest. Yeah,
Yes.
he insisted. And during his time, when my daughter was baptized, he made us, all the parents come together, godparents also, not only parents, So, but nowadays, we only just have briefly, maybe one hour briefing to the parents, about what is baptism entails and all that. And then we go through the rites of baptism, step by step, what, that's it. And then it depends on us catechists, what we want to convey to the parents. I think that maybe that is the part that the priest could give us a really clear what are we supposed to disseminate. That's why the awareness here.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Rosalind. Stephanie, one more. Let's keep an eye on the timer. We finish at 11:30.
You have 1 more minute, Doctor.
Okay, so it's interesting what Rosalind mentioned. You see how things have the view of a French missionary. I'm not just saying maybe an older priest during those times and today. Are we also slowly allowing the wave, this great wave that is sweeping over us, to allow it to erode away the seriousness that we're taking in terms of preparing for sacraments? Because parents have no time. If not, they won't bring their children for baptism. If not, if not that. A good thing to ponder as we take the break and we're going to have our coffee or tea or whatever we're going to do and be back at 11:45. Think about that, all right? Okay, thank you everyone. I see you at 11:45. I better stop recording. Please, I hold all of you responsible. It is your duty and your, what's the word? What's the word?
Right.
The first, the
The
right
right
to tell me,
duty.
doctor, you forgot to record. Not just Stephanie's right and duty. All of you have the right and duty. All right, I'm going to pause the record. Okay. Anyone, any comments when you were having a break, when you're having your coffee or having an early lunch? Something struck you about what we have been sharing?
Doctor, I was just thinking, right? I mean, when we talk about family, I think in the faith education, the father within the family plays a very important role. I mean, Paul and I always tell our coordinators, can we get more male catechism teachers or teachers into the ministry, because there's not enough, father figures, within the ministry itself. Yeah, because when we see most of the time, the mother seems to be the predominant role in the faith education. We see sometimes mothers sending the kids, even at mass, the mother brings the children, the father is not in the picture. It's very important that, the father plays a role. Here we're not talking about the priest, the father in the family.
Lisa, I beg to differ lah.
Yeah, ka.
I think mother primarily forms the faith in the children, because children listen to the mother more than the father.
Yes, that's true. But I think, right, especially, I mean, boys, when you're bringing up boys, Casey, I think sometimes the father, who's more dominant in the family and supposed to lead the family, is a role model, you see, to the kids. And some success stories is that when we listen to some adults, those who have grown up with, where father is stricter and more disciplined in that sense, the kids grow up, in a more steady, either mentally or even physically, in the environment. But I'm not downplaying the mother's role. Mother obviously plays a very important role. The balance is there, that's great. But I think fathers does matter quite a lot. Yeah.
Thank God we don't have a child, otherwise I cannot.
Actually, I'm not so sure about that, because I have my auntie, uncle, they are already lah. The father, that is a very good father figure. But then the children grow up that they leave the church once they're adult, because I think the father is being too strict, but they attended mass and everything perfectly well. So I'm not sure whether that father figure really helps.
Oh, the father figure helps. I will give a testimony to that, because my father is an amazing person. And I will say that my trust in God today is because of him. Yes. So I will testify that the role of the father is very, very, very important.
Maybe not so strict.
My father has principles, but as long as we don't cross the line, he's okay. So yeah, I guess maybe it's more of the parenting style than the presence of a father. But I will say that having a father who has loved me like that, it really shaped me.
I would say that whether it's a mother or a father, in having a person in Christ who can move the children, educate the children, bring the children to church, whatever they're doing, the child follows faith. It doesn't matter whether it's the mother or father, because every household can be different.
I agree to that.
But one thing I know is it's very rare to find a son who's very close to the father.
Yeah, true.
It's always with the mother, and the daughter can be very close to the father. So everyone is different, every family is different. What we are looking at is get the man more involved. In other words, get the man more involved. One thing I got to know is they are involved, but they are not the kind of person who have the patience to sit and share or teach a Sunday school. So that's why you see less men, unless they are coming after confirmation, they are coming as assistant and moving on. Then these characters are different. But a man, a parent, you want the parent to come and teach, it's a bit challenging because they would serve in other ways, but not in teaching. This is what I saw in our church.
Okay, Juanita, you have something to add? I sense you got something to add.
Can I say something?
Hold on, Rosalind.
It's
Let
very.
Juanita say.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Um,
I can see
I
from her
think
face that she wants to share something.
no, I think maybe this is like gender roles. So men are more authoritative, while women are more nurturing. So I think in that sense, that's why Sunday school you see more women taking part, participating, because I think men are more I know for disciplinarian. So probably they're in that aspect of it, and like I mean, they are nurturing. My dad was my role model, so I mean, they are nurturing and they are they are kind and all that. But I think for us in terms of gender, roles of gender, I think men more, women. That's why women there you see more women catechists compared to men.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rosalind, yes, Rosalind. Sorry, just I to.
Yeah. Sorry. I also realized in Sunday school there are more female than male. I'm not sure why. Maybe some of them feel it's very tedious, especially with the young children to have to handle, because I asked a couple to do what's it called, help the standard 2, and after 1 year they say they give up because it's very hard to control a class of standard 2 children. Yeah, so he said it's not for him. But I just want to share is that in Sunday school there are more female than male catechists, but in RCIA I'm the only thorn among the roses. So there are more guys, they are more, maybe they're more academic. They want to reach out to the older people. They feel more comfortable talking to adults rather than to children. I'm not sure. That's what I feel. It's very strange.
It's an interesting observation from Rosalind, which I agree. If you look in the context of the RCIA, majority of them are men. If you look at the ministries in our parish, except for Stephanie maybe, and I'm not sure who else is the parish council chairperson in the parishes, the majority who are holding so-called the bigger positions, the more important positions in the parish council and this and that. Although I see more and more women now being given that position, allowed to play that role, but mainly are men. So is there thinking in the man mind, as maybe Juanita said, the role of teaching is women's, that is their work. Men, we have this more important task of managing this and taking care of that. Is there something going on like that? Or is it the nurturing nature of the mother that comes forth? And that's why we have more female catechists.
I think, Doctor, it's more of their personal gifts than anything else. Because if no matter how well intentioned, if they don't have the disposition of being able to speak to children, then they can't really teach children. I think we saw that in our formation last week. There were some of them well intentioned, but they just can't teach children.
We had a formation for the Myanmar community. There were 12 of them, and all men. All were men. Okay, but as you pointed out, they were not really comfortable or not ready to teach children. Okay, that's good to think about it. I go on to the next session. This session ends at 12:45. Confirm that with Miss Stephanie, if you don't mind, if you have the, I think I posted the calendar earlier.
After 12:45.
Okay, 12:45. Now, where are we? Oh, okay, just a one. Okay, family as the context. Anyone can explain what this means in terms of the family as the context and agent of catechesis? What does the word context mean and agent mean in terms of catechesis?
Family is the where and how we have catechesis.
So where and how. Okay, thanks, Stephanie. Anyone else? We talk about agent, whom do we usually refer to?
The person.
The person. That means the family is where it takes place, and the family is the who is responsible for catechesis. What I've done is I've gone through a number of documents on catechesis and education, and I've picked up points from these documents, and I'm going to just highlight certain terms that have been used over the years. For example, the family is the first school of social living. It's a document taken from the document Familiaris Consortium 37. First school of social living. Anyone can explain what it means before I explain? First school of social living.
Would it be you observe how your family is socializing and you learn from them etiquette, how to behave, how to talk, how to move around with people, elders, young? That's your beginning of social life.
Right. Okay? Because most often children start their life in the family. They're most comfortable in their family, in their home, and then as they are getting older, then only they start moving more and more into areas like schools, into the society, into other areas. So it is where the home becomes the school, where they learn social skills. According to this document, Amoris Laetitia. Sorry, I will be mentioning the document again. Pope Francis says, home is where, or the family is where we first learn to relate with others, to listen and to share, to be patient and to show respect, to help one another, and to live as one. And how to live alongside others who are worthy of our concern, our kindness, and affection. Do you agree with this? It is in the family that we learn what Salva has said, what we will eventually be practicing or living out in society, whether it's in marriage. Even in marriage, as we grow older, we learn these skills. Do we agree that we learn many of these skills in the family? Like when I was growing up, I have two sisters. The eldest and the youngest in my family are sisters. And of course, we expect the mother to be in the kitchen and the two girls to be in the kitchen. The mother will, of course, teach them how to cook. But when it comes to washing up, cleaning up, it's the boys. Okay, we will take turns. So she'll tell us, we are all, and I'm not showing favoritism to and my mother never went to, as I told you, I think the last time she went to school for only 6 months in her life. And then the Japanese came. So she told, all of you are equal to me. I'm not going to say these daughters are more important or sons are more important. I want all of you to learn to at least do the cleaning. But food, cooking, leave it to us, right? Except for one brother who was very interested, who picked up cooking and became a chef later. He went into the kitchen a few times, got scolded by my mother, but he kept on, was persistent, and then he learned to cook, and then he became a chef later on. So I learned from my mother that to treat women equally as men, and I hope that's what I'm doing in the office. Again, because I learned that from my mom. Right? In any circumstances, I learned it from my mom. What about yourself? Anyone? What did you learn from your parents that you are now able to use those skills that you learn in your marriage, in your workplace, in your relationship with others? Many things, right? In fact, we're all thinking is that there's so many things you can't even pinpoint. Sorry, Yvonne? Louder, please.
Can you hear me?
It's a bit soft, but yes, we can hear you. A bit soft, but can hear you.
I think one thing that my father did for me, which was maybe I find a little unusual, is that he taught me to stand up for myself and to think about things and be independent, which is what I've always been told by people that I'm so independent. But that one I know is what my father meant for me. So I've always been grateful to him for that.
Okay, Yvonne, thanks. But it was a bit, and I couldn't hear you clearly because there was an echo whenever we spoke. There was an echo. Maybe you could just type something in the chat group so that maybe Stephanie can share with us. Roche, anybody heard Yvonne clearly just now? Couldn't hear. Huh? Okay, sorry, Yvonne. Okay, anyone else? Maybe one more person would like to share your experience that I could. Then we move on. Okay, so you all know what the church is saying. Huh? The family is the school, first school of social living. We learn social skills, how to relate with people in the family. Then the church also says the family considers the family as the first school of social virtues, more or less the same as the one earlier. But in this case, virtues actually mean good habits, where we learn good habits. Is that true? Is the family the place where we learn good habits?
Good and bad.
Good and bad. That's interesting. Yes, good and bad habits. True, true. Um, what about the rest? Anyway, I believe many of us picked up good habits and also sometimes not so good habits from the family. And this is what the church says. So the family is the school, those social virtues. Virtues, the word virtue means good habits, which every society needs. Safi, you want to say something?
Yeah, Yvonne managed to type.
Okay.
She's on the train back, on the way back to KL, so that's why she's not so
Oh,
clear. My
okay.
father taught me to be independent, so much so that most of my friends say that is something I am. I'll always be grateful to him for that.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Yvonne. Have a safe journey, yeah? Safe journey. Okay. The school of those social virtues with every society. So whatever good habit that we learn from our parents, especially from our parents and maybe from our siblings and from our grandparents, or even uncles and aunties, is what we then carry forward in society. Is what we carry forward to society. For example, I remember my mother would tell us, "Don't borrow." No, when there are two things you must return as soon as you borrow them. Two things you must return as soon as you. I said, "What, ma?" She said, "Umbrella and books." Umbrella is because other person may need the umbrella, and books because very precious. So you don't hold on to them. Then I said, what about money? She said, as far as possible, don't borrow money, people, unless of course you want to buy. Later on, of course, as I grew up, of course, when you need to buy a house or a car, you need to take loans. But we're just talking about money from people. So that I think something I learned. Whenever I try not to borrow umbrella from people. If I need to, then I return it as soon as possible. And books. What about you all? Anyone? Anything that stuck out? Anything unique that you learned from your parents?
My dad is a government servant. He gets, they have textile allocation cloth allocation for their uniform.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so what happens is that my dad will take me and get me use those cloth materials to choose another cloth, which will be, of course, discounted. And for my Christmas, I mean, whatever cloth or pants or trousers, but he will use the existing pants and uniform that he has. Wherever there are patches or torn, he will stitch it back and continue to walk with, as if it's not there. And then number two is that whenever I bring back vegetable, I mean, every Sunday we go, my father will go work for overtime, and he will take me in his lorry, which is, and he will follow me, and I mean, because he taught me to, carry vegetables back home. It all started at the age of 9, and we will go marketing in Central Market, and now Pasar Seni. And I will take the goods from from Central Market all the way to, we were staying in Gombak at that time. So I will walk about 1 kilometer away because the distance from the main road. And along the way, some fruits will get damaged, So what my dad does is when he comes home from work, he will peel off those damaged. Those days, bananas were very cheap, and so was papayas or maybe some apples like that. So what happens that he will set aside the damaged ones and keep it for himself, and the goods one, he will set it for us. So these are things that it's sort of, very hard to do. Some things that we learn from our own parents. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Okay. Anyone feel free to share. I'm going to go on, but if you feel free to share, just call my name and then say, Dr. Stephen, I need to share something. So don't forget that whatever virtues we learn in our family, from our parents, from our elders, and maybe from our siblings, we then take it forward into society. We are, in a way, who we are in relationship to our family, our marriage, our family, our friends, and our workplace, partly to do with many of the good habits we picked up. And sometimes, as Stephanie mentioned, occasionally, some things that are not good we picked up as well. In FC 37, the church says to create a family atmosphere filled with love and reverence for God and others, that a well rounded personal and social development be fostered among children. In order for that, parents have to teach their children good virtues, social virtues, or habits. The family as the first school of human values, says Pope Francis. So these are terms that the church has been using in a number of documents. I picked them up. It's not from like one particular document or someone has written a book on this. I picked it up from here and there from different documents, and I'm just giving you to the realization that when you think about it, the family is the first school of this, the first school of that. Basically, it means this is where we all of us, and where our children today learn values and virtues and social living and so on. In Amoris Laetitia, the joy of love, as you can see the document on the right hand side, Pope Francis calls this family as the first school of human values, and he says this: most people learn basic attitudes and values in childhood, which these become deeply rooted that they remain throughout life. That is true. Many of us pick up certain habits. Like I learned from my mother, that I love to do housework. I love to wash plates, especially, and clean them. Anyone wants to do house play, even my wife would say, darling, I said, Dave, darling, I don't mind doing the mopping and the washing because I love doing it. It is one of the ways that I relax. And I'll be laughing. I relax because I don't have to think. I just do it. I just put this water here and put the soap detergent, and then I wash and I'm happy. And then my wife will come and say, darling, you need help? I said, no, it's okay. Maybe it's a wrong thing. Maybe it's a wrong thing that I have good habit, but maybe it's become not an obsession, of course. My wife is sometimes does do washing. Huh? All right. And also Pope says many people think and act based on what they learn from their earliest years. Agree or not? It's true. I agree. Anyone else want to share something you learned when you were young that you're still doing today?
Doctor,
Yes, Angel.
my father always taught us like to dress very modestly,
Mhm.
and he always said that it also applies to boys as well, like not just girls must be dressed nicely. And he also like in the house, like I know some gentlemen they like to remove the shirt, but my dad never did that as long as he was alive. He never even took off his shirt and walk in the house because he like uphold that modesty very like. So he taught us that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there was once that when jeans and all just came out, and then there's like this low hip jeans and all. My sisters they got some, and then they wanted to wear to mass, and then they came down the stairs. The father said, "Oh, that's very nice. You guys have got new jeans. Maybe you can wear it to my funeral." And that was it. They never wore jeans again for mass. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. I like expect the part where their father never removed his shirt even at home. It's interesting. Something to think about. Of course, interesting. Yes, anyone else?
My grandpa used to teach us to share our favorite food. So whenever we have a dish on the table, they always say to bring the food to the helper at the back and let them have some. So now I like to share my food with the homeless or with the nuns, with people. It's a joy to share because my grandpa always said, you tasted it before, right? So you know it's yummy. Let other people taste the yummy too.
Yeah. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you for sharing. Okay. So there's some examples. I hope others also will take time to share some experiences. Then, General Directory for Catechesis, the blue book that you all bought so proudly and got it last month, states the family is as the first setting for catechesis, the first context, the first place for catechesis. The family as the setting of catechesis as a unique privilege, transmitting the gospel by rooting it in the context of profound human values. In other words, what can happen in the family that may not even happen in the classroom is this. As the parents is teaching the children good habits, the father is teaching children good habits, they are also in the same way witnessing to the faith, vice versa. So the child is picking up within the family. The child is not just learning but practicing, learning, practicing. Ideally, this should also be happening in our parish catechesis. Whatever the child learns from class in the class, the child should then practice at home and more so practice in the parish. We have to give opportunities for the child to do certain things in the parish, whereby they then put into practice what they learn in the classroom, especially when it comes to the mass, liturgy, and so on. In the family, they are able to do this. This is why I call it a unique privilege, because the parents can try to immediately ensure that the child learns this habit and practices this habit. They're able to observe and make the correction straight away. Correct the correction straight away. That's what is meant by a privileged setting. And I took this quotation from Familiaris Consortio to the first community called to announce. The family is the first community called to announce the gospel to the human person during growth and to bring him or her to progressive education and catechesis to full human and Christian maturity. The catechesis is taking place in the home. That is why when you look at family catechesis, you have to realize that it is not so much about the parents. Parents teaching the prayer is part of catechesis, teaching good values, good habits. But you do not see, especially the thing about parents sitting down and doing a structured catechesis with their children. Meaning, going through with them the catechism book from page to page. Some parents may do it, that's good. But parents' role is to lay the foundation. To lay the foundation. The knowledge part is to be, as I mentioned, is to be given in the school. And in the parish, the children are able to also practice it in the community. We actually should be carrying out more activity-based events in the parish so that children can then put into practice what they learn in the school. But because the school has been taken out as a context of catechesis, we're trying to do both in the parish. It's working to some extent, and to another extent, as you know, it still has got its limitations. The family as the first classroom for catechesis is not them coming into the parish for catechism. Already catechesis is taking place in the home, as I mentioned last month. The family provides the first classroom, and this is where the awakening of the sense of God from the parents, the first steps in prayer, education in moral conscience, the right and the wrong, formation in Christian understanding of human love and sexuality take place. Like what Angel mentioned, although we talked about dressing, but if that is talking about the dressing that children go to when they go for mass, basically part of human sexuality is the way we dress, the way how modest we are, the virtue of the sense of modesty. So all this we learn from our in home, more so from our parents, more so our parents. How to talk to people, how to relate with others, the way we learn about God mostly from our parents. We learn about prayer from our parents, and so on. And Directive for Catechesis 227 states, in the family, catechesis is more witnessed than taught, more occasional than systematic, more ongoing and daily than structured into periods. So it's true, whatever parents do, the children watch and learn, rather than the parents sitting down and going through with them the catechism. More occasional, that means occasions are used to catechize. Unlike the parish catechism, where we have first structure, where we go through certain topics, we have lesson planning. We can't tell the parents, go and do lesson planning and teach your children at home. They may not have the ability, they may not have the time. But rather, what we want the parents to do is all that we have been discussing thus far, to lay the foundations. So that when the children come to class, our role will be to focus more on the knowledge of the faith. More of the knowledge of the faith. But what parish priests and sometimes our archbishop expects us to do is what should be happening in the home and what should be happening in the school. Right? I'm not saying that we should abdicate or we should say, I don't want to do all this, just have activities. No. Unfortunately, these roles have been passed down to us. In Amoris Laetitia, Pope Francis says, it is in the family that the faith is first handed on to the young generation, where the first catechism lessons are taught and learned. In spite of the current, and he says, in spite of the current lifestyles, work demands, and the complexity of today's world, he urges parents and says the home must continue to be the place where we learn to appreciate the meaning and beauty of the faith, to pray and serve our neighbor. The family must continue to be the home. So we have to continue to help parents, not just to remind them, help parents with this regard. And we ourselves as catechists, especially those of us who are parents, to be the first witnesses to the children. Next, family as the place for developing a Christian personality. The first place for developing Christian personality. In GDC 78, in families, the first months and years of life, which are of the greatest importance to a man's, and I added to a woman's life in the years to come. You remember I said by the age of 6, an individual's basic personality is formed. By the age of 6, a person's basic intelligence is formed. Moral character, social character is formed. So these are the most greatest importance in the life of a person, the first months and years of life, the first 6 to 7 months. So it's the first 6 to 7 years. This can already provide the right conditions for developing a Christian personality. So what many parents may not realize is that their very life in the family during the child's first 6 or 7 years can have great implications for what's going to happen in the classroom, the catechism classroom, for the next 10 years. Because when the children come to us, they come to us as they are formed in the home. And GDC 78 also says, from then on, the child absorbs into himself or herself as though through an osmosis process, the manner of acting and attitudes of the members of the family. Stephanie, what's osmosis?
Osmosis is the process by which water is absorbed passively from one side of the membrane to another. If you want it in layman's terms, how to explain this? In your kidney, right? In your kidney, water passes through it. Okay. So when there is a lot of water in your body, too much water in your body, the water will naturally go from a place that is with more water to less water. So in your kidney, this process takes place. The water in your bloodstream go into the urine so that your body can maintain the correct amount of water.
Thank you. I called Stephanie because she's very good in science, and also because she has a master's in.
Yeah. So to apply it to this sentence, I presume that the values, the acting and the attitudes, the behaviors are not actively taught, but absorbed, passively moved, passively passed on.
Very good. Very good. Yes, that's true. Okay. Unlike catechism in our parish, we are actively involved in the teaching, actively involved. From start to the end, we are somehow there in the life of the child, in the family, the child is absorbing. Although the parents may not be teaching, they say, okay, child, come and sit here and I'll teach you how to do this, do that. But the child is learning from what's happening from the parents, the way they move, they live out their life day to day, the way their elder brothers and sisters do certain things, and so on. Next one. The family as the first experience of church. Anybody thought about that? Yes, I'm sure some of you have thought about that. The Christian home, says the CCC, is the place where the children receive the first proclamation of the faith. For this reason, the family is rightfully called the domestic church, a community of grace and prayer, a school of human virtues and Christian charity. The family is called the domestic church. Whatever happens in the church, in general, also happens in the family. Even before the child steps into the church, for the first time, the child's already learning about church from in the family and from the family. Familiaris Consortium 39 says, the mission to educate means that Christian parents should present to their children all that is necessary for them to mature as a Christian and as a member of the church. This is very straightforward. They have to be aware that the Lord is entrusting to them the growth of a child of God, a brother and sister of Christ, a temple of the Holy Spirit, and a member of the church. This is a very beautiful but powerful sentence. Right? They are a child of the Blessed Trinity and a child of the church. We know in theology, we talk about in theology, that a child belongs to God. We are only, the parents are entrusted with their child up to a certain point, but eventually the child belongs to, in reality, the child belongs to God. Some people even say the child is loaned by God to the parents. But I don't like to use the word loan. But the child is entrusted by God to the parents. Now, what more? I mean, think about it. Something struck my mind. These are talking about two parents, a normal traditional family with mother and father. What about single parents? Whether the parents are divorced or one of the parents has passed away, and as I think was it who mentioned about the father figure? I think Lisa. I think father figure. Sometimes it's just the father, and then he remarries and have a stepmother. And then we have now got this marriage between people of different religions. Very complex, very, very complex. I think that's why it's important for us not to generalize every parent and say, oh, because of parents. Maybe it'd be good for us to try to understand, to see that the situation is so complex compared to before. Family is the first field of evangelization. Okay, Evangelii Nuntiandi 71 states, The family ought to be the place where the gospel is transmitted and from which the gospel spreads. This is where I mentioned earlier, where all members evangelize and are evangelized. What Stephanie said is true. Parents have to be the first evangelizers. Many, many years ago, in 1985, I think, no, not 1985. Sorry, 1985, I was still working in New States Times. In 1990, in 2005, sorry, I went back. So I attended a FABC meeting, a Bishop's Conference meeting. One of the very few times I was invited. I was taken there by Archbishop Soter at that time to attend this Family Catechesis conference. And we have people from different countries coming and giving their sharing. And you listen to the stories of how even in every country, families are going through the same problems that we are going through today. The challenges that the family life. Parents not only communicate the gospel to their children, but from their children they can themselves receive the same gospel. What do you all think about it? I need to pause for this one. That means I'll stop. In other words, what they're saying is, what is the church saying? Parents, since some of you are parents, what is the church saying? Lisa, you got the sentence or not? Or did I? You want me to show the slide again?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Oh, Jory.
Right.
Oh, is it because you're writing down or because I
was writing it.
Writing down, halamak. Tak apa. All are good students. Parents not only communicate the gospel to their children, but their children also can communicate the gospel to them.
Mm.
Have you ever thought about that? Anyone?
Yes,
Are we ready?
Go ahead,
are we ready?
Yeah.
Are we ready to listen and learn from our children about the faith?
Doctor, whenever I will always ask my students whatever they have learned, take it back home and discuss with their parents.
Okay, but yourself, Selva. Okay,
Myself,
your
yes,
children say
we do.
you learn
Yes,
from
they
your
will
children.
ask a lot of questions, yes.
No, they won't ask. I'm asking, at least tell us something about the faith.
They ask
say,
weird questions.
Mommy, you must believe in God. You must pray more often.
When they were younger, they asked a lot of questions because they assume that God is everything. And for example, my son, when he was younger, I cannot lie to him. Lying as in, if I tell him I will cook you something and I don't do it, he'll call me a big liar. So to him, it's like you are going against God's words.
Okay, something like that. All right.
Yes.
Anyone else? Are we ready to listen and to learn from our children about the Christian faith?
I think on one part, yeah, the parents are sort of the custodian of God's child. But at the same time, I think God as the Father Godhead, also plays a role as the person who nurtures the seed to, to the full bloom, so I don't know, maybe.
But if one of your children or students come and says, "Teacher, God loves you very much. God wants, God wants you. I see that you're doing this, teacher. But I think according to the Bible, you should be doing that, teacher." Will you say, "Oh, thank you for sharing with me," or you say, "Hey, excuse me, you don't talk too much"? I'm just giving an example, Paul. What do you all think? Are we ready to listen to our younger ones, children, when they?
Actually, sorry, doctor. Yeah, actually, it is. It's very intriguing and very interesting. And usually when and then Paul as well, when we start our class, we usually what I call breaking of the word lah. Instead of breaking or break the word, I run through the gospel for the Sunday with the kids. So sometimes it's very interesting how they come back with the question, and one of those that intrigued me, I think one of those Sundays where one of the boys says, "Oh, so if Mary didn't say yes, then we won't have Jesus." So it's very intriguing when they come back with the question, and it's always my hope that they bring this back into their to discuss it with their family, you know what I mean? When we do that in class and discuss it with them, and they take it back and kind of ponder this with their family also as well, their parents. Yeah. I
Thanks,
think
Lisa.
that's possibility. In the
Any,
corporate sense, you're working from bottom up, not
correct,
top down, you know?
correct.
Yeah.
Anyone who's a parent here who have experienced this, besides what Selva has said, where your
For
child
bad.
talks for good or for bad, you say sometimes you say, "Hey, this my boy teaching me something." Yeah, Charlene, you also want to say something?
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot from my son. There's an example, like we went somewhere and it's just a simple example, just choosing a bun. And then he chose the smallest bun. So
Hello, are we talking about you? Is it?
yeah.
Hello.
So I
Yeah.
asked
Okay.
him,
Let's listen to your story.
okay, so I asked him, why didn't you take the bigger one? Why did you take the smaller one? He said, but you taught me to be humble. So it's like
Oh,
just a simple thing like that. And then he likes to share and talk about parables like the kingdom of heaven, what is it like? So these are just simple things, but the way how he looks at it from a child point of view, like he says, it's like a slide. It's easy for us to do the wrong things and move down the slide. It's very difficult for us to go up to the kingdom of God to do the right things to climb up. So
very
those are
good.
some of the
Thank you. Okay, but can we learn from our children? That's the question here.
yeah.
Huh? Do we think that we are only the ones who are teaching? Of course, our children need more experience in life and all that, but there are times when God speaks to us, to them. Right? That's why this CGS, Catechesis of the Good Shepherd program that we have, I find that often the children go back to the parents and share certain things they experience through CGS. Thanks, Charlene. Thanks to their experiences. And the parents are amazed. They themselves didn't know certain things that the children are learning in the CGS and maybe even in catechism. So keep on planting the seed. Whatever you're doing is making a difference. But question is whether parents will listen to their children when their children come and share the gospel with them. Very interesting. I never thought about that until I write this document. Okay, a family aware of its mission can become the evangelizer to many other families and of the neighborhood. All right, so this is the ripple effect. Now we go to the agents. Parents as the first or primary catechist. First or primary catechist, remember, and keep on, I have to remind you this, don't think of what's happening in the classroom. Catechist doesn't mean that what's happening in the classroom. Their role is completely different. Primary means they are the first, they lay the foundation. They lay the foundation. And their style of catechizing is different from ours. Their role is different. And as Stephanie explained osmosis just now. Okay? This highlights the importance of parents as the primary catechists of their children. They lay the foundations of the children, since they exert the principal, the most important and deepest influence of faith in on a child. GDC 226 says, children thus perceive and joyously live the closeness of God and of Jesus, made manifest by their parents in such a way that this first Christian experience frequently leaves decisive traces which last throughout life. Which last throughout life. If the parents lead their children close to God and to Jesus, somehow that will remain with them. Now, when they become teenagers, please don't forget again, and I keep on saying this, they will start searching for their own meaning in life. That is part and parcel of growth. Do not think that once they reach adulthood, all that the parents have done, all that you have taught in the catechism class should then make them actively involved in parish, coming back to church. That's God's work. Once they reach the age of young adulthood, they will go out into the world to search for meaning, find the three I's: intimacy, independence, and identity. The identity. Naturally, they'll go out into the world. But whatever parents have taught them, the good things, and whatever you have done in the catechism classroom, this will leave decisive traces which last throughout life. Not everything, but many things you have taught them will definitely leave traces. Right? They will go through that, and then one day it will be in their lives. They will be in their hearts, whatever we have taught them. They will not remember everything, but a lot of things they will take with them in their decision making, in their relationships. They will fall, they will come back to God, but then one day they will old enough to say, I need to go back to God because I'm going to get married and I need to bring up my child in the Catholic faith. All right, okay. This, whatever is taught by the parents at home, is then deepened when parents comment on the more methodical catechesis, which their children receive in the Christian community and help them appropriate it. So, whatever is done in the parish is systematic catechesis, which the parents can't do. Parents is more spontaneous witnessing. But when the children come back home after catechism, it's good for the parents to just say, what did you learn today? Because the child will say nothing. Okay? When they're younger, they're more willing to share. As they grow older, they'll say nothing interesting, class was boring. But it doesn't mean they did not learn anything. Right? So when parents take time to sit with their children and just go through and give some comments, some feedback, some praises to their children of whatever they have learned in the parish. So Christian parents must strive to follow and repeat, where possible, within the family setting, the more methodical teaching received elsewhere. This is CT 68, which talks about almost the same thing as GDC 26. Good for parents to follow up, especially with the younger kids, younger children. And that is why GDC 226 makes this very famous statement that all of us must remember and memorize. Family catechesis precedes, accompanies, and enriches all forms of catechesis. Comes before, it accompanies, and enriches. Without family catechesis, we are going to have problems with our parish catechesis. Stephanie, what's the time, please?
12:36, Doctor. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Parents as the first heralds of the gospel. First catechist, primary catechist, first heralds of the gospel. Who's the herald? The herald angels sing. Who's the herald? Anybody?
Messenger.
Messenger. Yes, the first messenger of the gospel. In those days when they didn't have television and radio and all that, what would the herald do? What was the role function of the herald? Paul, if you can follow up. You got the right word? He'll ride his horse into the town. And then he'll reopen the parchment. And then he'll say, hear he, hear he. These are the words of the king. All citizens, la 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 la, and he will say that the prince is going to get married on this day at this time, and he's going to marry princess so and so from this kingdom, and all are invited. So he will announce the good news. The bad news can be here he, here he. The priest has announced an increase in tax from this amount to that amount. Right? Yes, definitely. Bad news also can be. The herald can bring bad news as well,
Yes.
and sad news as well. So and so has passed away. Or
Yes.
sometimes they go and hit the drum. In Tamil movies, we can see that. Kelungal, hear this, hear this. Then they'll
Oh,
announce the news. Yes,
I
to hit
think
the
I
drum.
think we're having we have a few messages from Anthony on the chat. What my parents taught me, not to borrow money from anyone, not to smoke, not to drink any alcohol, not to gamble, not to go for prostitutes. Most important, study hard and serve God. Audrey said, the kid said Jesus not bad. He died for the bad too, and they can go to God too. All right. And I think Anthony was just answering your question on what is a herald, to announce an announcement.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. I would prefer Anthony to announce himself, but never mind. So I think a message is good. Okay, first heralds, the gospel. First messengers of the gospel, first announcers of the gospel. They are the first to hand on the faith to their children and educate them in it. We know that through the witness of their daily life, daily Christian life, live according to the gospel. They witness. They actually don't even have to announce it. you are announcing it through your life as parents. Parents are doing that. With their daily example of life, have with their daily example of life, have the most effective capacity to transmit the beauty of the faith to their children. Pope Francis is the one who talked a lot about the beauty of the faith, because we often talk about faith as being rigid, as faith as being something that is abstract. And it reminds us that we have also to talk about the beauty, how beautiful our faith is. Find examples to teach our children. As I mentioned earlier, last month, in the past, parents taught their children through the stained glasses, through statues, using statues, stained glasses, tapestries, and so on. Today, we hardly do that. Faith has been confined to a book, a textbook for some people. So we need to bring these resources back, all these resources that are around the church, sometimes even not even appreciated, not even recognized. Our statues, stained glasses. We look at our stained glass in the parish, it's so beautiful, but hardly we take time to admire it and teach our children. Like the other day, on Thursday, I went to St. Francis of Assisi, Cheras. Anyone here from that parish? I went for a funeral mass. I was listening. I listened at the same time. My eyes was just moving at the stained glass all around the building, all around the church. I was trying to understand the concept of the stained glasses, and it was about the life of Jesus, from his birth right up to his ascension. It was very beautiful. So sometimes it's good to use those resources, those tools, as for catechesis. Okay, by praying with their children, by reading the Word of God with them, and by introducing them deeply to Christian initiation into the body of Christ. Christian initiation meaning getting them initiated, getting them into the church, both Eucharistic and ecclesial body of Christ, meaning the Holy Communion and the body of Christ, they become fully parents. In other words, the church is saying parents become fully parents when they not only provide for their children physically, but also provide for their children spiritually. This is also a very interesting statement because FC, Familiaris Consortio, is a document that I read many years ago, came out many years ago. So there are gems here that we can pick up. Parents become fully parents only if they not only provide for the physical, not only bring for their children into the world, provide for their bodily needs, but also for their spiritual needs. Something to think about. So the educational mission of the Christian family means it becomes what? A ministry. It's actually a ministry that the parents carry out at home. Not just in the parish. Ministry is not only about what happens at the parish. It's a ministry that parents carry at home where the gospel is transmitted and radiated, where the gospel is spread. It becomes a journey of faith where the parents accompany their children to grow in their faith progressively. It becomes an initiation into Christian life. Just as we through the RCIA, we initiate people into the church and into Christian life, the parents progressively initiate their children, come to know the faith, come to know about the sacraments, come to know about what is liturgy, gradually lead them. It's an initiation. And it's a school of following Christ, into becoming disciples of Christ. It's really beautiful when you think about it. Imagine, it's a ministry. You're going to remind parents that it is a ministry that you have to carry out at home. Now, mixed marriages, as our Selvaraju mentioned, they also have the duty, despite the challenges the church says, despite the challenges that they face, they have the duty of proclaiming Christ to their children. Even if the husband says to them, I don't want you to take the child to church. Fathers may say that. Okay, some parents are not Catholics, but the mother still have to say, I want to teach my children the faith, even if I can't take him to church. I have encountered many mothers who are unable to bring their children because the husband is it makes it very clear they don't want the mother to take the child to church, but they still continue to teach the child, which secretly, sometimes they come to church to get certain things like the rosary, maybe to get certain things for the child and they'll rush back. Secretly, they go home and teach the child the faith. Accompanying in the faith and introducing to the community life situations considered as irregular entails taking seriously each person and God's plan for them. So there are many families, many parents that are in irregular situations. But no two parents, kind of perfect family situation or traditional family. But we also must take their faith seriously. So the church says we must also reach out to help them. Okay, so that's our conclusion. I think we almost finished, right, Stephanie? Time?
Yes, 1 more minute.
Okay. So I would like to given you enough food for thought for you all to go back, not go back pula, to have your lunch, to think about, chew upon it, chew upon all this, and then we will come back at
1:30.
1:30 sharp. Recording stop. Anything to comment? Anyone wants to say anything before we conclude?
Dr. Stephen, can I ask you something?
In
Not
1
really.
minute? Yes.
Can I? I just want to show you this. Can you see this?
No, I can't see clearly. Yeah, Boris Leticia, yes.
Yes. So this book, I was looking at it. Document. I was trying to follow because just now you gave some site, something, but it doesn't seem to have the exact words that you cited, is it? So I'm just wondering, is it
Some words I paraphrased
recycled?
it.
It's
If
like
it's not in a open and close inverted commas, it is, I paraphrase it to make it easier for us to understand.
I see. No, because
Right.
I was trying to look, then I said, no, maybe they try to make it easier for us to understand.
I try to make it easier.
I know, this
Just take
one.
note of the document number.
Yes, the number, but it doesn't have all the words that you give. So that's why I was very
Yes, I
puzzled.
kind of make it simpler.
I
All
see.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you later. Enjoy your lunch or dinner, whatever you're having now. Maybe some of you having breakfast or early dinner. Who knows? God bless. Thank you. All right. I'll go back again. Thank you, Adeline. All right, as I was saying, pathways basically means the different ways or different means by which we can carry out family catechesis. And even here, I'm not going to talk about the how, but rather the what and the why. Now, we had our Selva mentioned about courses for the parents, courses for the adults. We have been having that, as I said, since the 1970s. A lot of things have been done. Now, just have a look at this. Our Archdiocesan Family Life Ministry. I'm not sure if all of you know, our Archdiocese has a Family Life Ministry. Formerly, they were known as Archdiocesan Family Life Commission. That's why you see their logo, Commission. But now, formally, they are known as Ministry. There's a long history behind that. I don't want to get into it. So let us see what are the different sub-ministries under the Family Life Ministry. There are different sub-ministries. CMPC. Anyone can tell me what CMPC except for Stephanie and Angel? Anyone can see what CMPC?
Catholic Marriage Preparation Course.
Brito, very good. Yes, Catholic Marriage Preparation Course. And the purpose of this course, Brito, if you don't mind?
To prepare for those who are going to receive the sacrament of holy matrimony.
Wonderful. Have you taken part in this?
Yes, I did.
You take part in the weekend one or the 7 days one?
The weekend one.
You took part in the one. So this marriage preparation course, there are two types of courses, two pathways. One is the weekend. The couples come in. Hold on, the people are coming in. Couples come in on Friday, and then they go up to Sunday evening. Then this is the weekend. It's carried out in Bahasa, Tamil, Mandarin, and in Chinese, in English. Then there is the 7 days one, whereby the couple, 7 days or 9 days, 7 days, where the couples come in once a week.
7 weeks.
7 weeks, yes. What did I say, Stephanie? 7 days,
7 days.
Testing you all to see you all are sleeping or not. 7 weeks, whereby they come once a week for a session, but it's not held in the church, usually held in the home of one of the presenters. But the main aim, as Rito has said, is to prepare couples for marriage. Marriage encounter. Last weekend, there was a big marriage encounter gathering. Angel, you just joined us, right, Angel, after your lunch?
I'm here, Doctor.
Yes, I was hoping you'd be with us so that you can tell us about marriage encounter because you are really involved in this. Please tell us about marriage encounter and what it entails.
It's a marriage enrichment program. Initially, it was designed for those who are married 5 years and above, but now they've decided that no matter how many years is okay. Even some like 1 year married also they still can attend. Um, it is um, it is not for marriage that have trouble, but it is it is to make good marriages better and better marriages best.
Amen. And like last weekend, you all had how many days? What is the general process? Brief process.
It
Brief
starts on
description.
a Friday and ends on a Sunday. It's Friday night we start at about 8 o'clock, and then it ends at on Sunday um, at around 6 o'clock. Yeah. So last
Yes.
weekend we had 10 couples. So this marriage encounter is the journey of the two sacraments. So there will be presenting couples as well as a presenting priest involved. Yeah, because it's like it's the two sacraments are involved, holy orders and matrimony. So there will be 3 presenting couples and 1 presenting priest. So last weekend the presenting priest was A.B. Julian himself. Yeah, and there were 2 priests in attendance as well. So clergy and also religious can attend this program.
And how often do you have it?
We have in a year we will have 5, 3 English, 1 Mandarin, 1 Tamil. Sometimes we have 2 Mandarin as well.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. And I believe that because last weekend we were also there, Stephanie and I were there for the Myanmar training for the Myanmar Catechetics. We could see that everyone was very serious and so very good. I was very happy to see that. Okay,
And
thanks.
there was
Anything? Yes.
there was one couple who came to the marriage encounter as a last resort because RetroY was not available
Yes.
at this time, and they had already signed their divorce papers prior to coming. But after the weekend, they said that it has helped them and they want to rebuild their marriage.
Amen. Thank you.
It has transformed many lives.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
And is it possible to describe just some of the topics very briefly? What are the topics covered?
I'm not at liberty to share the topics,
understand.
but it mainly focuses on us as an individual and then what we can bring towards our couple.
Okay, that's good. Understood. And I respect that because that's why I was a bit careful to ensure that because certain things first that is kept to the program, and then you go there and discover. Thanks, Angel. Thank you. It is quite many years already, marriage encounter, and it's very
And it's a worldwide program.
And as Angel has said, it is not for couples having problems with marriage. It's generally to enrich marriages and make it better. Then,
Doctor, why did they bring down the marriage encounter to 1 year now? Because my time all we have to wait 5 years.
Angel, are you at liberty to answer?
Actually, because previously the issues started later, but now it starts earlier. All right, now the issues start earlier. Like some those days they get married and then they have children. Nowadays they're having children and getting married. So by the time they come to marriage encounter, they already have kids. Some of them like 1 year married, but they already have 2 kids. So they already have problems that a couple would have faced in 5 years of their marriage. Like about the children, they're already starting to face in the first year. So the times have changed. So they have also allowed this as well.
Okay,
Yes, Casey, like what we discussed in the first topic today, family in a changing world. Even the scenario is changing.
Yes,
Thanks,
Doctor.
Angel. Thanks. All right. So, and then in response to whatever we have, the family life also have got education programs, meaning they've got courses, they have different types of courses for parenting, for family. So if you look, as I said, if you look at the number of courses that are taking place, programs taking place almost every weekend, there's always something every now and then for the family. And these past few years, we have been focusing on four key areas. Four areas, family is one of them. And the family has been at the forefront of many of the themes that we have chosen over the years, many of the programs. So there are programs being carried out. And some of them are actually, most of them come under what we call adult catechesis. And then we have retro-will. Okay, would you have any, not go down, not as I said, just to give a brief description, do you have any idea about retro-will? I just have very basic idea, Angel. Would you have?
Yeah. Retro is for marriages on the rocks.
Right.
And it's even though they have divorce, like civil divorce, they can still attend retro to kind of go back to it. And because it's part of our ME presenters also are involved in this retro but they maintain their secrecy like to the highest level. They don't even tell the participants till it's very close to the date where it's actually happening. So everything is done very private and confidential. And like ME, they also have 3 presenters and a priest as well, because priests also may go through this situation. So yeah, Retro also has a presenting priest. So it's almost similar with Marriage Encounter. It starts on a Friday, finishes on a Sunday, but certain elements of Marriage Encounter is not there. Yeah, like for example, Marriage Encounter, when they come, they are actually staying in one room, like a couple room. But in Retro you can request that, can I get a separate room? I don't want to stay with my spouse. So that's also, they will make some accommodations for those kind of situations.
Thank you, Angel. So there is some ministry in our Archdiocese under Family Life Ministry that does have such this I would say a very beautiful program. Again, this is also I think it's an internationally known program. Thank you, Angel. Now the other thing that we have also in our Archdiocese, which may surprise some of you, is what is known as MOSA. Okay, that is moving on single again. These are for people who may be divorced or people who are widows or widowers or single, married and are single again for whatever reason. There's also a program, a sub-ministry that's looking into this, just for your information. And there's under this ministry is also what is known as Young Married Couples, YMC. YMC. Angel, would you have any info on this one? It's stated under our Family Life Ministry there.
This
So
one
I'm
is
also,
5 years and below.
yes,
Doctor, yeah.
5 years and below,
But I
right?
don't know how they run it.
Okay,
I know
thank
they
you.
have like individual groups.
Sure.
And I know it started by Father Edwin. He's the one who introduced it, but we didn't really sit through it, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And finally, as you can see, there's an elderly couple there that is called GEM, GEM, which is Grandparents Elderly Ministry in our Archdiocese. This is for where the older people gather and they have, of course, have maybe their trips together, they have formation and all that. Now, having looked at this is just our Archdiocesan Family Life Ministry, not including all the other programs run under theology and sacraments and liturgy and so on. It's amazing. So coming back to that we need to have this program and that program. What does this tell us, at least in the Archdiocese of KL? For those of you who are not aware that these programs are being offered, or these pathways are being offered. If some of you have been very quiet, if I'm going to call you, so I would like you all to also to respond. Before I call you, would you all like to say something? Those have been very quiet. Jennifer.
Yes, Doctor.
Looking at all that, the wide variety of sub-ministries under Family Life Ministry, is there anything that struck you? Or you knew about it already?
Yeah, I knew about it. Yeah.
You knew about it?
Because have been announced, except for the young YMCA. Yeah, that one I
Haven't heard
There's
about
no
that.
A.
Yeah.
Who said A?
My daughter lah at the background.
So cute. Okay, sorry. Just one of our participant. Yes,
Yeah, because
YMC.
they were kind of listening because I'm sitting in the dining room and having my class, so they
Oh,
could
all right.
listen.
Welcome, welcome.
So I told them they could go for YMC because they've been married for what, coming 4 years.
Okay.
So yeah, it's new. That I haven't heard about that, but it's good because I feel the young couples have different challenges than we had back then 30 over years. So when I say 30 over years, you all know how old already.
Okay.
My marriage, yeah. So I guess it's good that the Archdiocese is having this sort of formations for younger couples. It's very healthy.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? When you looked at the
Doctor, Casey,
Yes, Casey. Hold on,
can
Casey. Let me call some of them, Casey.
okay, sure.
I
No
want to
worries.
hear the sweet voice. Stephanie
Okay.
Tin.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah. Were you aware that our Archdiocese had all these ministries for family life?
Yes, some of it, not
Some of
not
it, huh?
every family life.
Okay. What is new that you were not aware?
YMC and then Jan. Then another one is MOSA.
I see. Okay. Just for info. So when you look at the kind of ministries we have, and every ministry is doing the formation every year, just like Angel shared, even Marriage Encounter has like 5 per year. And I think for marriage preparation, they have 2 or 3 per year for every language. So there are a number of things happening. What strikes you, Stephanie? Stephanie.
Actually, for me, I don't really look into all this because
Mm.
I'm single.
Okay.
So it looks for me, I think I don't really explore into that area.
Okay, but does it strike you that our Archdiocese does have a lot of courses and a lot of ministry reaching out to the family people, that those who are married especially?
Yes.
Yes.
But
Okay.
one thing is, maybe it's not really go down until all the parishioner level.
Correct.
So that's why like people like us, or most of us doesn't know
Correct.
all of
You're
it.
right.
We only know one or two of it.
Correct. The awareness.
Awareness
Okay.
is not there.
Yes. All right. Okay. Yes, Casey, you wanted to say something?
Can we volunteer to work in any of these ministries?
There are, Angel, correct me if I'm wrong. Angel, you start first. I think you wanted to say something because you were doing like that, no? To make
Yeah.
yourself snap. You should
I
go
think
before you talk.
it's like for marriage encounter, you have to first attend the marriage encounter program. Then you
Yeah.
can help in the ministry lah.
Okay.
Yeah. Same thing for retro Y as well. But there are of course there are criteria involved.
I think every family,
Yeah,
every
alright.
parish,
So I
every
need
parish.
to.
Sorry, Casey, carry on.
No worries, Doctor.
Okay, I believe even parish do have family life ministry.
Oh, yes, we have. Oh, okay. So start from there. All right, Doctor.
Yeah, sometimes you can start from there, and then
Sure.
then you can see if they need volunteers, then you move on to the diocese level.
Sure, Doctor.
Okay, but at the parish level, I do not know how much they are doing. Maybe they're just organizing, creating awareness, promoting talks, and having talks for parenting and marriage in the parish. I believe they're doing that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the pathways. So as you can see, the number of talks courses being offered to family parents is quite wide. And then we also have a lot of other formations taking place in the parishes and in the dioceses that are meant for adults, including parents and married people. If you read the Directory for Catechesis numbers 224 to 235, that talks about this particular area, pathways to family catechesis. But I'm just going to focus on certain areas. I'm not going to take cover everything. The directory talks about 3 areas of family catechesis. Again, it's general. It doesn't tell you the how, it just gives you the principles. The first area is family catechesis in the family. The gospel is proclaimed by the family, in the family. Catechesis takes place in the family, especially by parents for their children. So this is what we have been talking about since this morning. The second type of area of catechesis is catechesis with the family, where the church proclaims the gospel to the family. The gospel is proclaimed by the church to the family, and the church, like what we have, the various programs under Family Life Ministry, and even under the church at large, where they offer programs and courses, opportunities for parents, opportunities for married people to become involved. So this is also a form of catechesis. The third type of catechesis or area of catechesis is catechesis of the family, whereby the family now proclaims the gospel to others, bears witness of the gospel to others in society. The 3 areas of family catechesis. And the directory states that as a domestic church founded on the sacrament of marriage, I said this earlier, I'm repeating it, the Christian family takes part in the church's mission of evangelization and therefore is therefore an agent of catechesis. Even going out to share, they are witnessing, going out to share the word of God is a form of catechesis that the family gives forth to society. In the directory number 232, the church says that she accompanies her children, that means all of us throughout the lifespan. When you look at baptism, Holy Communion, confirmation, marriage, and you talk about old age anointing of the sick, or marriage or holy orders or religious life. So the religious life is not a sacrament, sorry. If you look at all the sacraments, they are spread out in such a way that it is meant to accompany us during our lifetime. Especially apart for the Eucharist, of course, you receive it from the time we are children up to the time when we die, when we pass away. But the church accompanies us with all that she can offer. But she says there are also moments that are more important than others. So in the midst of all the formation that we want to give to adults, to parents, to married people, and we know that there are many, as I said, there are many being offered in our Archdiocese almost every month. There are moments that we have to take note of, because these are crucial times for catechesis regards to family. The community has to be more attentive to these moments, to give more emphasis to these moments. What are these moments? Firstly, catechesis for young people and adults who are preparing for marriage. Don't know why they say young people and adults. Usually our law says that once you are 18, you are an adult and can only marry once you're an adult. Never mind. This is what's stated in the directory. Right, so we have the CMPC course and the marriage preparation course.
I think that would be referring to young adults, maybe those in college, Doctor.
Okay, possibly. All right. Now, so it says here, this is the directory I'm quoting from not quoting directly, but I'm taking it from the directory. Formation is to be carried out well in advance as the time approaches and immediately before the celebration of the sacrament of marriage. Now, in our Archdiocese or in our country, at least in Peninsula, when is the young couple required to do their CMPC? Anybody who's attended CMPC? I attended CMPC 6 months.
6 months
right?
before the wedding.
At least 6 months before the wedding, right? But it's a week, if you're having a weekend session or you're having a 7-week session. But what the church is saying is that, I think something like what Rosalind was saying earlier. Rosalind, you were saying that you needed to attend, is it baptism preparation? Rosalind, earlier you were sharing.
Yes, sorry. Baptism preparation for infant baptism for my daughter.
6 weeks, right?
No, it's maybe 3 months or so. Is more than that.
Okay, so the church is encouraging dioceses to go back to the former way of preparing young people and adults for marriage. That means do not do it. How do you say? Just a one-off. Make sure that the preparation is carried out in a very organized way. Okay, so 6 months is now and for a CMPC. But what it says is in next one is interesting. It's a good idea to stop using the name marriage preparation, where it is still in use of marriage preparation courses. In order to restore it to this journey or its authentic meaning of formation and catechesis. So the church is saying, can you please stop using this word marriage preparation course? Because it gives the idea that it's just a one-off thing, or rather a short course that you go to just to get the certificate and then you're ready for marriage. Now there is a new format that the church is proposing. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of it. Maybe Angel may be aware of it. It says this preparation for marriage has to be gradual and continuous, following the inspiration of the catechumenate, a kind of initiation, a part of faith. And so this document has been released recently. Angel, are you aware of it? Catechumenal pathways for married life.
Yes, doctor. I'm aware
You're
of it.
aware of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you share with us what you know and what has been happening?
I don't know what has been happening because I was told that they were supposed to review it under Father Peter Anthony's guidance, and it's supposed to come up with some guidelines this year or next year. It's supposed to be like over 2 years or something, Father was telling us.
Okay, thank you. At least that's a good introduction. So basically, we look at the word catechumenate is often related to RCIA, where a non-Catholic goes through a process, almost a 9-month process, a journey, gradual and continuous, in order to become a Catholic. So the church is now proposing a similar process, a kind of a catechumenal process for marriage, what we call marriage preparation, or what they say pathways for married life. So briefly, this is the format if you look at it. The RCIA is divided into 4 periods. The period of period of evangelization and pre-catechumenate, and then you have the a step called the rite of acceptance. Then you have the period of the catechumenate, and you have the rite of election, purification, enlightenment, and you have the rite of initiation. You have 4 periods and 3 steps in the RCIA. It takes about 9 months. So they are calling the RCIA as the second catechumenate. But if you look very briefly, I cannot go into detail because I have been studying it because I'm eager to see if I can be of help. But I might let the family life handle. So there, as you can see, 4 periods and 3 stages, 3 steps, we call it. Immediate phase, reception of the candidates, there's an inquiry, assess their readiness, and pre-Cana. Pre-Cana is also, but this is from US, so they have this pre-Cana program, right, Angel? Have you heard of pre-Cana? Okay, pre-Cana is like a marriage preparation course in the US, very famous in the US. So they need to attend a pre-marriage preparation course. And then there's, as you can see, proximate preparation. And then when they're fully after their engagement, then they got another course, or maybe for those who are more experienced, who have been together more regularly together. Then there's NFP, National Family Planning. And then so you can see it's going to take about, is it 2 years, is it? 2 years course. I thought it was also 9 months, but never mind. Let me read the article. Accompanying during, that 2 year is a 2-year accompaniment, even during the first year of marriage. If you can look at the last stage, it's accompaniment during first years of marriage. Maybe that's why they're talking about 2 years. Maybe the preparation itself could be a few months. Then the accompaniment would also be included in this process or program. All right. Now, what you all think? This is proposed. Of course, I don't know whether our diocese will accept it. As Angel has said, Father Peter is in charge. They are going to review this. I believe this was also shared in the clergy recollection. Then, catechesis for young married couples is important. I think YMC, we have YMC. Now, what kind of catechesis are they talking about? Catechesis in the mystagogic form. Mystagogic form. Now, those of you who are not familiar, mystagogy is a word very commonly used in the RCIA. It means living the mysteries. In the RCIA, there is one period after they are baptized, they just don't go off. After they're baptized, about 1 month or so, about 4 to 5 weeks, the newly baptized then come back for what is called the period of mystagogy. Period of mystagogy has two important aims, two important aspects. One is to help the newly baptized integrate into the community. Although it should happen a long time ago, it should happen during the period of catechumenate, but just to make sure that they are integrated into the community. The second one is for them to experience the mysteries. Now, what are the mysteries? Basically, the mysteries are the three sacraments that they receive at the Easter Vigil: baptism, confirmation, and Holy Eucharist. So what is the catechesis about? It is for them, for these those who are newly baptized, is for them to go back to revisit the day when they received the three sacraments at the Easter Vigil. How did they feel? What happened? How did they feel? What are some of the signs and symbols that were used? Water was what? Why is there why was there a candle? Why was there this the creed and all these things? During the mystagogy, we are supposed to reshare with them all that they experienced during the Easter Vigil. In a catechesis for young married couples, the idea is that for them to take them back to the day of their marriage and to relive that experience where they made vows. What were the vows about? When the whole ritual was filled with signs and symbols, the exchange of the ring, although as I mentioned a few times, it is not the ring that makes the marriage valid. It is the exchange of the vows, the consent, and the holding of the right hand. Join your right hands together is the visible sign of the two becoming one, and the words that they proclaim is the form that they express their desire to become one. So to take them back to the day of the marriage and to kind of look back at what they had that exchanged and what they had gone through the day of the marriage, and then to take them back to give thanks to what they have become, to whom they have become today because of that sacrament and all that the sacrament calls them to be. So this is what the church is proposing, a catechesis in the mystagogic form. The formation should guide the young couple to become more aware of the gift and mission that they have received through marriage. So when we look back at, let me see, there's one more. Look at this one. When you look back at these two what I mentioned earlier, sorry, one is the preparation for couples to prepare for marriage, and one is for young couples. The tendency is for us to say, let's go and give courses on parenting, or let's give courses on let's give a course on parents, how they can be first catechists to their children, primary catechists to their children. Parents are primary educators of their children. We have said that again and again. But when do you think that should be taught to the couples? Their duty and their right and duty as married people in the area of education. When should that be revealed to them? Sorry?
Baptism preparation.
Baptism preparation.
Marriage, under the marriage preparation, there's a part about whether you are you want to receive children and all, and that's where I think you can come in to how the Catholic partner, if it's a mixed marriage or if it's a fully Catholic marriage, that's the time that you receive the gift from God and how you're going to take care to nurture that gift. So to pass on the faith.
Okay. So, Stephanie, you said that baptism preparation course, and then Rosalind said during the marriage preparation course, maybe during the young couples marriage, during the young couples course. But when you look at baptism preparation, I think Rosalind mentioned it very clearly. It takes about what, 2 hours or 1 hour?
They took 3
About
months.
No. The infant baptism's only about the most is 2 hours, the briefing, you see? So
Yes,
just
currently
also
2
go through.
hours.
Yeah, but before that,
Whereas
I told you a few months.
few months. Now, we want to touch on topics like this. How much time do you need? Do you think within 2 hours you can cover some of these things that I shared with you? But not that what I shared, what the church is trying to tell the young people, the young couple, that you need to be aware of this also.
No.
The importance of education, that you are the duty and your right and duty of education and first primary catechist of your children.
I think it needs time to absorb because especially something very new for the first time you're made aware, wow, you have this responsibility and this thing,
Is it for the
how I
first
can
time?
do.
Isn't that not included in the? I know when I went for my marriage preparation course, it wasn't mentioned. We did talk about certain things, but not about that you are actually the primary and the most important educator of your children. What you do in the first years of marriage is important. That would be
Yeah.
covered during the Baptist preparation. Sorry, Stephanie, carry on.
Yeah, no, I mean you can hear it, but you need to it only strikes you when you are experiencing it sometimes.
Yes.
Dr. Stephen, Rosalind is
Yes.
right. It's usually made you are usually made aware during the CMPC course. So they also go on to say if you are in a mixed marriage, like one of them is a Protestant, then the both of y'all have to agree on the upbringing of the child, whether the child is going to be raised as a Protestant or a Catholic, that sort of thing. So yeah.
Good. Okay, but sorry, Stephanie, carry on.
No, doctor.
Do they take time? I'm not saying they need to take like today the whole day, but do they take time to explain how the sacrament of marriage is connected with their vocation as educators to their children, and that is why they need to be responsible for the catechesis of their children when they have if they have children, they are the primary catechists to their children, the faith educators of their children.
This is really very specific, Dr. Stephen.
Yes,
I did my course 20 over years.
yes, I agree with you.
So,
I agree with you. But
yeah.
anyone have attended any marriage preparation course or any baptism preparation where you have heard these words?
I have when I married in the 1990s, but mine was a private one in a house, just two couples, and conducted by a couple. And she did emphasize on that if we have children, we have to raise them up as Catholic children. And she did emphasize a lot about raising them in the proper way. She did. Because the other couple was younger than me. She married an elderly person also.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. But so now the church is proposing, at least in the universal level, is proposing what is called the catechumenal pathway for marriage. As you all can see, maybe it takes a few months before marriage, and then it continues the process after they're married, first few years of their life. Just like Mr. Goji. What do you all think about this? Okay, let's talk about whether it's practical or whether it's helpful. What do you think about this proposal by the church?
I think without clarity as to how it's conducted, um, or given the 2 years, I don't know lah, in the day and age today, whether the young couples can take it 2 years or not, you know what I mean? It's just like RCIA, we've shortened it to, I think, 9 months now in Malaysia that we do that. Whereas, I mean, I look at the non-Catholics, they basically just, you know, baptize the person quite quickly. So whether this the couple have patience or not lah. yeah, to
Yeah.
withstand 2 years. Or maybe that's a test of it. The whole idea is, if they cannot do the 2 years, somewhere halfway they break off. I don't know.
I don't think the church should be testing couples. Yeah, I feel I mean I can see the beauty of it if it's done right lah. If it's done right, it's like a very beautiful accompaniment for the couple. But I think it's a little impractical to expect the couple to wait 2 years before married. I think some of it can be done earlier, like when they are starting their courtship, you can actually talk about it. So in this sense, instead of using marriage preparation course, talking about like, okay, while you are still talking, if you're serious about getting married, you can start to join this. And then you see like the RCIA before the rite of acceptance is a time of inquiry. So before you take that step, before the rite of betrothal, maybe you have this time where you are discerning properly. So I feel like before they even this process should start way before they decide to just get married, because in the preparation for marriage, 2 years to prepare for a marriage, nowadays women, I'm gonna say this lah, because women are getting married older. It's not very good for them either. When you're asking them to wait 2 years before they can have children. So now pregnancies after 35 are high risk. So you're asking a woman who may be getting married in her early 30s to wait another 2 years before she can have children. It's not good. So I feel like that you have to take that into consideration.
I think the other factor is that because it's an Asian society, we also have to take into account the family. Some families might be also expecting, pressurizing and say, hey, look, get married faster, earlier. So in that context also, I think, I don't know, the American seems to find this more practical, and whether in the Asian environment it is the same. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, that's why you're right in saying that I myself actually haven't gone into that. I've been reading it, but it doesn't require the preparation for 2 years. The 2 years is also inclusive of the accompaniment after their marriage, because the church cannot be accompanying the person for life or forever. After 2 years, I think the first year of marriage especially will be 9 months of preparation, like the RCIA, and then there would be a short period of time after the marriage accompaniment until maybe the first year of marriage. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean that. Sorry.
then that makes a lot of sense lah. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Okay.
I
Carry
feel
on, Ninja.
it's not so practical, even if it's after, like, let's say the year after they get married also, right, doctor, if you're gonna have the accompaniment. I feel like they are not gonna come after they get married, because I mean just be practical, like they coming from the CMBC just to get married. Nowadays the mindset is like that. I'm coming to RCIA, I need to convert because I want to get married. So they are in that kind of mindset. So I don't see how it will work.
I feel it would require a lot more legwork from the side of the church, because then if you look at, like what Angel said is right, asking them to come all together at one time for a weekend or things like that is not going to be possible after they're married. It would be more like the 7 weeks, you have one or two couples accompanying the younger ones. And in that sense, you actually have to start forming couples to accompany other couples.
Correct. Okay. Before we proceed, I would like to hear from Crystal. What do you think about the church's proposal about this new marriage preparation? They don't want to use the word marriage preparation, pathway for marriage.
Hi,
What is your
Doctor.
view? Yes.
Yeah, I think that the intention is good because it brings about the right values to be in the family. But at the same time, I feel that maybe from what I observe, I feel that even in church today, I don't find or maybe I don't observe any role models or good role models that we can actually learn from. So I think this is a very big challenge that the church needs. If the church wants to actually implement this, I think finding a really good couple, a couple that actually lives out the family life and also the values of the Holy Family is very important so that it actually enriches the whole journey. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I like the word you used, interesting word, role model. Even for married couples, or I think what Crystal is saying that they also need good role models. Okay, Raymond, want to say anything, Raymond Tang, before we go on?
Yeah, I think it is good.
See, Raymond put his hand on the head like that already.
It is sorry. It is good
Okay.
to have some period because, like, I heard Father Gerard say, wedding is just one day, but marriage is a lifetime. So,
Okay. Okay. So in your community, in the Myanmar community, they all also have, they all people also have to attend the CMPC, right?
yes.
They have to attend the CMPC. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. Okay, we'll go on and then I'll get you all to discuss other things. Where are we now? Okay. No.
Interesting that they use the word betrothal for rite of betrothal. Why not rite of engagement or something? Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, in your diagram, rite of welcome, rite of betrothal. So a bit ancient.
Maybe there's a reason for that. Betrothal, of course, is an old word for marriage.
Old word, yeah.
But then it's right of
Betrothal is
matrimony,
like
betrothal.
betrothal is like a
Commitment, I
a
think.
promise.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Yes. Engagement, maybe engagement.
Engagement.
Still say we used to have the word evening for the engaged.
Yeah.
Right?
I think
Yeah, many years back we had it was evening for the engaged. So like when my daughter was preparing for a CMPC, I keep referring to EE. And she's, Mommy, what's EE? Okay, so mine is dinosaur time. Now yours is the modern time. Yeah.
Sorry, Stephanie?
No, the word betrothal is rooted in the word troth, Troth. It's a contract. Contract. So I think it's a little more serious than engagement.
I
Okay.
see. Okay, makes
Is
sense.
it like akad nikah?
It is akad nikah, but it's more serious than that. It's a covenant like that,
Well,
yeah?
akad nikah is serious, okay?
Yeah. Probably, yeah. Betrothal.
Anyway, it's good that it's here. So I believe why don't some of I think it'd be good for us to you see that after the rite of matrimony, there's on the right hand side accompaniment during first years of marriage. We do not know how long that's going to take, follow-ups, recognition, enrichment opportunities, and so on. But this, I think our Archdiocese is studying it, although I am not involved, I've not been asked about it. But I myself am trying to understand this, not so much from the perspective of marriage, but more than that, to see how we can. It's quite an interesting proposal by the church, by the Universal Church. Okay, now we move on. Then another key moment in family catechesis is catechesis for parents of children asking to have the children baptized. Now, what the church says here is this: we must welcome the parents, listen to them, and understand the reasons for the parents' request. This is especially those who may be coming after many years who have disappeared from the church, and then they are coming and requesting for baptism. And instead of questioning them and asking them why this and why that, the Pope Francis is actually telling us to be welcoming, to don't touch them, but just to welcome and listen why they are requesting for baptism, because this will give us an opportunity. When they return back just for baptism, this will give us an opportunity to an appropriate pathway for us to work with them to reawaken the grace of gift of faith that they have received. That means they may have been away from the church for some time or even for a while, but this is an opportunity for us to engage with them and to help them to rediscover the faith that they already have, the gift of faith that they have had from the day of their own baptism. So this brings back to the question of what Rosalind said earlier on marriage, baptism preparation. Now we call it marriage preparation course. How are we going about it? Are we just going through the motion as in going through it so that we can get the child baptized? Or is this process requires us to go back to what was done formerly through a 3-month course or a prolonged journey of faith, a journey whereby the parents are then led step by step, not just to prepare the child for marriage, but also for them to rediscover their faith. Basically, what the church is saying is that this is a good moment for us to, opportunity for us to help the parents rediscover their own faith and responsibility as Catholic parents. And it's also good for godparents to be involved in this journey. Rosalind mentioned it. Godparents had to go through the same training as the formation as the parents. The next one mentioned in the document is catechesis of parents whose children are making the journey of Christian initiation. Basically, those who are seeking Holy Communion and confirmation. Is there now I'm not sure, is there a preparation course for parents for children receiving confirmation?
No, I don't think so.
Anybody knows?
No, not really.
Okay, so we assume that by now the parents are experienced, so they don't need any preparation. So preparation only takes place during baptism. What about Holy Communion? Jennifer?
Not that a full course like a day course or a weekend course, but what happens is during the children's Holy Communion camp on the second day or the last day, there will be a parent session where the presenter who has journeyed with the kids for the last 1.5 days will take over the parent session and then update the parents on what the kids have done. Hang on, Dr. Stephen. Sorry, too much background noise at home. They will actually then reiterate the roles of the parents, how you should guide them through. This is the one of the first steps into the receiving the Eucharist, and how you as parents we journey with them. And then and it doesn't stop here, because they are also beginning to go into their teens, and the preparation for Holy Communion, for confirmation also starts when they're in the early teens.
Okay, so this is the normal procedure. We have a talk for them during the Holy Communion camp. And I think sometimes, then also a talk organized during the confirmation camp. But there's no proper preparation for parents in regards to this sacrament of Holy Communion and confirmation. The community should foster the involvement of parents in the children's journey of initiation. But currently this is what we do. We just ensure that they come for maybe an hour talk during the during the camps. And for some of them, it's a moment to deepen their faith, and for others, it's an opportunity for the first proclamation. Because some of them may not have been coming to church for a long time. It is an opportunity for us to evangelize to them, to proclaim the good news to them. Then the document also talks about intergenerational catechesis, whereby parents, family members gather together and they carry out some form of catechesis. People of different age groups having one common resource to exchange their experiences of generation, to exchange their views, and so on. This is something I do not know if it's being done locally, maybe it's done in other countries. We used to do these catechesis at home. Stephanie will remember during COVID that we prepared catechesis at home and sent to all the catechists to share it with their families. And I believe some form of intergenerational catechesis was taking place during that time. Now, those of you who know it, who may not know, this contains quizzes, maze, what else, Stephanie?
Word
Parables, word search, joining the dots, all based on that particular Sunday's readings. How many of you have never heard of catechesis at home before? No? Okay, anyway, that's so this intergenerational catechesis is something very interesting, but I don't think it's been explored locally. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to share something. Okay, give me a minute. And then we have got catechesis in groups or groups of families carried out by married couples themselves. They come and gather with other married couples, and then to share their own experiences and to share their own insights so that they can develop a spirituality of marriage and the family, or marriage and the family that is capable of restoring strength and vitality to married life. Is this any kind of in marriage preparation? We don't have this kind of format, right, Angel?
Marriage encounter, yes, doctor.
We have this, huh? Okay, very
We have
good.
this.
Okay.
It continues for years, doctor.
Very good. To rediscover the spousal dimension of the covenant between God and humanity. The spousal dimension is that in through the covenant that God has made with his people, God is considered the father, the husband, and the people considered the wife. At the same time, between the husband and wife, Christ is considered the husband, and the couple is considered the wife, Christ. So this is what it means by spousal dimension. Anyway, just the last slide. That is just the last slide. Okay. So it's important for the church to take a realistic view of the heterogeneous family realities with the ups and downs. That means today families are no more homogeneous. They're no more like what we used to have before. Two parents, father, mother, and with children and even grandparents there. But today it is so very heterogeneous, means such a variety of families today, types of families. So we need to be realistic, and we need to reach out to everyone if possible, in order to accompany them in an adequate way and to discern with them the complexities of the situation without giving into forms of idealism or pessimism. Accompany them in such a way that we don't get carried away. Some people come up with very idealistic solutions. Oh, why don't we just do this as though the solution is so simple? But no, even we can have talks, and after talks and talks about parenting, and we will still have these realities, the situation. Nor do we give up, nor do we become so discouraged that we say, I just want to give up. And we have to reach out to everyone to help each person find his or her proper way participating in the church. To end, I've thought about it for a long time, but I think I need to bring this out. It's a document called Fiducia Supplicans. How many of you are aware of it? Let me repeat, run through it. Are you familiar with it, Angel? Since you're quite involved with marriage encounter. Okay, anybody?
No,
I thought this was only for individuals, doctor.
Individuals meaning?
That means that they are blessing the individual, not
Yes.
not the union. They're blessing the individuals.
So this is something I need to mention, because many people are actually either getting excited about it or getting upset about it because they do not understand what the church is saying. But let me just run through this. Fiducia Supplicans is a declaration that came out from the Vatican with the approval of Pope Francis that allows Catholic priests to bless couples who are not married according to church teaching, including same-sex couples.
But this is not a blessing of the couple, doctor. This is a blessing of the individuals. There's a difference.
Yeah, it's just because of the way it's written. That's why it was like confusing.
Individuals, is it?
Yeah.
They're blessing the individuals. That's the thing, because they
Individuals, not the union.
Correct. Not the union. Okay. But because it is written in this way, okay, I picked it up from the internet. I'm not saying that I understand what you're saying, but because it's written in this way, AI translated, the AI came out with this. I picked it up directly from AI.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. All right, I want to show this to you. All right. So basically, what is the impression is given here, just for your info, is that okay, maybe Angel, you explain the correct meaning of what the Vatican is saying, if you can.
Um, from what I think it is that okay, they may be two people who are same sex and consider themselves who are married or consider themselves a couple, but when they come for blessing, the priest can bless them as an individual, but not blessing the union, the whatever bond that they are having.
Correct. That's what you mean by individual. In other words, the blessing is not the blessing of the marriage, but a blessing is a blessing of healing and grace of some. It's a blessing upon the individuals, not upon the marriage. But this is why a lot of people have become confused. Emphasizes that the document on the pastoral meaning of blessing emphasizes that these blessings are distinct from liturgical or wedding-like rituals and not intended to legitimize irregular situations, irregular marriages. But the document has been controversial, is controversial. So the African bishops and many of the Asian bishops have refused to allow this, even to bless individuals, right? African bishops and the Asian, especially the African bishops, they are more vocal than the Asian bishops. Some bishops in Asia do allow this, with, as long as the understanding of this is clear as to why this blessing is given. It's a blessing is given us like a priest prays a blessing over us for our birthday, our wedding, not wedding, but like our birthday,
Exam.
maybe exams, or blessing the pet, sometimes blessing the car. I'm not degrading anybody. I'm not putting this at that level, but it is a blessing on the individuals rather than it's a blessing that they are something to do with God's grace upon their life. So just important for you to note this. Okay.
It's 2:33, Doctor.
Okay, we have until time is 2:45, isn't it?
Our break is until 2:45.
Okay. Anyone, anything to... Okay, so coming back to this thing about causes for parents and married people. Causes for married people. We all know that many people are having problems. They're not sending their children for catechism. They're not responsible. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. What we have currently in our church sufficient to create this awareness? What more needs to be done? What more can be done? Is it enough for us? Okay, this doesn't mean that because we discuss here, the bishops are going to hear us and going to change the way we're going to prepare them for marriage, for baptism, children for baptism, so on. But let's have a discussion. Is what we're doing today enough? The Pope is even saying don't call it marriage preparation course.
I think, Doctor, the setback is also when we have all these programs, people are also not coming forward.
Okay.
Like, for instance, marriage encounter, we have place for 18 couples, but we only have like 10 couples coming. So it's like 8 more places available. So it's like a situation that we always face. So I also don't know how else get people, because we're doing the publicity, we go and talk to couples, but still people are not coming forward.
Correct.
I think the programs that we have in the church is very adequate and it's comprehensive, it's well developed. But what we fail as a church to do is the communication or the promotion or the marketing aspect of it, the outreach, the reaching out these programs to others is not adequate. We don't do a good job lah at it, to be very honest. I mean, between churches, there's also a disconnect, right? Yeah.
I think
Okay.
the
Carry
other
on.
thing
Yes.
is whoever is helming a ministry, I mean, whether it's in the context of biblical or whether it's in the context of communal life, I think they must have a sense of responsibility to God, because like myself, I mean, we try to go to churches, to uh, promote some Bible programs. Seems to be some kind of resistance, yeah, like it's no longer for the sake of knowing your father, knowing your God better. It becomes an issue of convenience, whether they have free time, you know. And for me, I look at it as these people are beyond repair. So I rather focus on the new generation that is coming up, just like the pathways that is doing. I believe the church is probably, I don't know, whether it works or it doesn't work, whether it deters because it's too long a time. Maybe that could be a start to make sure the couples are formed, the offsprings are, I mean, and the couples are formed to actually form the formation of their children. So I'm sorry, it's just that I feel I it's not just holding a post. It's a post that you hold as a responsibility. So sometimes it's quite very discouraging. I mean, very disappointing, frustrating at times. Because myself, Lisa, and many of us, we have this notion we receive it free, we want to give it free. We want to give it back. But there doesn't seems to be an encouraging response. So there are times we come to a point, let's focus on the kids, who God willing, they are nurtured well. So
Yeah.
sometimes I feel like sending these parents to boot camps.
But I won't say surprising, but for the CMPC,
Yeah.
marriage preparation course, almost every session is full. Almost I say, because API is the one that takes the names, and every time they have got the like English. This month is English, next month is Chinese. Many of the couples come and sign up for the marriage preparation course. Is where for the marriage encounter you can see the difference, right, Angel?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
Because I feel
Yes.
like marriage preparation, like terpaksa lah, I have to do, so I will go because I want to get married.
Yes, you need to attend the MPC in order for them to be able to marry in church. Natasha, you're here with us. I know you are not a parent yet. I think you're not married yet. But what can we do to improve formation so that parents become more involved in catechesis for their children? Natasha,
Doctor,
yes.
I think I miscommunicated.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, our break is 2:30 to 2:45.
Oh dear. Okay, we will take a break now, and I will take a break. Sorry. Yeah, I also realized something was not. Never mind. We will take a break now, and we will come back. What's the time? 15-minute break?
Now it's about 2:39, so 15 minutes
2:40.
from now will be 2:55, 2:54. 2:54.
2:54. We finish at
2:55 lah, 2:55.
okay, 2:55. Make it 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Come back at 3 o'clock. Okay.
Okay,
All
Doctor.
right. Thank you. Let me
Okay.
stop the recording. Okay. None of you had a duty. Maybe Alison Adelina may have reminded me sooner or later. It's okay. We carry on. Where am I now? Okay. Because it has got the name called parents, and there are no other ministry in the church that has such the word parents related to it. We don't have bishop parents or priest parents and so on. So it's basically called parents. That's why I decided to take this topic. Now I believe many of you are godparents already. Have you been godparents? Maybe some of you may be godparents to more than one person. So it is an important ministry in our church. I'm not saying person, but ministry. And it's also something that I find and I'm sure we are finding more and more, this particular importance is not being given to the formation of godparents. And also sometimes it's difficult to get people to come forward as godparents. So let's just have a quick look at this. The word godparent comes from the Latin word patrinus. Patrinus in Latin it refers to an office. We're not talking about a physical office, but to a ministry. In other words, to be a godparent is to be involved in a ministry in the church. Canon law states that to be appointed godparent, the person must be suitable and have the intention of fulfilling that role. And now we know in many instances when someone becomes a godparent, especially when the children are infants, after a while we lose touch with them. I'm not sure how many of you have gone through that experience. In becoming a godparent, a person must be ready to perform the responsibilities related to the office. Now, Rosalind has shared, I'm referring to Rosalind again because she brought up this interesting point that when she was preparing, I think, for a child for baptism, she had to go for 3 months of formation together with the godparents. But what about now? What about today? I believe the godparent is also invited for the baptismal preparation, maybe 2 hours, and then that's it. That's it. Hopefully by then, during that time, the godparent is clear as to his or her role. So usually the office of godparent is linked most closely to the sacrament of baptism, and ancient tradition and the current church laws insist that a candidate for baptism, whether an infant, teenager, or adult, must have a godparent. The question is, let me see who's there. I want to ask a question. Nazar is not with us. I think he hasn't rejoined. Natasha,
I'm
are you
here.
here? Nazar, you're there.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
here.
Okay. What if there's no godparent? Is the sacrament valid? That means valid means can the sacrament be considered official if there is no godparent?
Yes, valid.
Hold on, Selva. Let Neza answer first. I don't mind.
I think it can still be valid.
Without the godparent?
Yeah, it can still be valid.
Although it is required that everyone who's going to be baptized has a godparent. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Why do you think it's valid?
Because the sacrament by itself, God, the Holy Spirit is in there.
Okay, Neza, what about you? Why do you think it is that even though there's no godparent present, it is valid?
In my opinion, I believe that I don't know how to put it in words, but I feel like I've seen confirmation mass without a godparent. Also, I've seen baptism masses without godparent attending also. So that's why I feel like it's not really, it's still valid.
Okay, good observation. What makes the baptism valid?
The sacred something with the sacred tradition where the priest pours the holy signs the baby with the oil chrism, saying signs the baby with the oil of chrism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. So the what makes the sacrament baptism valid is that it is called the correct method. That means the water is poured 3 times on the child. And secondly, the words are correctly said. Baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That makes the sacrament valid. So the presence of the godparent, although is required, but it does not in itself, the absence of the godparents does not in itself make the sacrament invalid. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Where am I? Okay. The presence of the the presence of the godparent is not necessary for the validity of the sacrament, but the role that he or she plays is essential, very important to the life of the candidate and to their life and to the church. Now, in some church documents or liturgical books, it is common for the term patrinus to be translated as godparent or sponsor. Now, when we talk about godparent, we often relate that to baptism. What about confirmation? We use the term godparent or sponsor, or both.
Is for confirmation.
Confirmation also?
Yes.
Godparent?
Godparent is baptism.
Sorry, Raymond, you're saying godparent is for baptism and confirmation.
Yes, yes. But
Okay.
yeah. And they say sometimes the godparents at the baptism cannot do again the confirmation. There's that doing the sponsor. But baptism to confirmation do already that one godparents.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Raymond. Anyone else? This term godparent and sponsor.
I think co-parent for baptism, right? And sponsor for confirmation.
Okay. Audrey is very confidently saying parent is for baptism, sponsors for confirmation. Anybody else would like to add to this discussion?
Yes, Doctor.
Casey?
Godparent will be for the infant baptism, in the baptism, and sponsors for confirmation and like new catechumens. Because when I went through my RCIA, I had to find a godparent for my process of completing the RCIA and my baptism.
Okay. So for RCIA, it's very clear. For the first part of your journey, from the time that you enter the period of catechumenate up to the rite of election, you have a sponsor, somebody who sponsors role is someone who speaks on your behalf, who introduces you to the community.
Yes.
So that sponsor will then accompany you up just before the rite of election.
Mm.
In the right moment.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Salva. Okay. But then, from the moment of rite of election up to baptism and onwards, it is the godparent who will accompany the person, the candidate.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, in the infant baptism, we use the term godparent for the person who's going to now play that role of accompanying the child throughout his life as a spiritual parent, that is, as a spiritual parent or spiritual guardian. Now, the term sponsor in terms of confirmation for teenagers, we use the term godparent or we use the term sponsor. Now, if there is an instance where you have somebody who was your godparent at baptism, you still can be your godparent or sponsor at your confirmation. So this term that we have, sponsor and godparent, is actually can be used interchangeably, but usually godparent is used for infant baptism and sponsor is used for for confirmation if it's a different person. This is usually the general understanding. Anybody else has got a different view or something where you read or somewhere you experienced something different? Okay. All right, while both terms may be used interchangeably in certain circumstances, it is important to distinguish them, also distinguish them when necessary, especially in the RCIA, as I've explained before. Now, in baptism, yes,
Doctor,
Casey?
I'm not sure whether others will agree with me, but what I've observed so far from the time from these few years, these sponsors and godparents are like for namesake, just to complete the sacrament. And then even in my class, when the child has got an issue, I ask, have you spoken to your godparent? Oh, we don't even see them anymore. So for me, I feel very sad because that is a gift that we get. I still speak to my godmother, my wife's mother sister. So she's so close. She guided me all the while, 26 years. I still keep in touch with her. She prays for me, things like that. So I don't know why it's now become just like uh, just to fulfill a requirement. So I finish my sacrament. I get my confirmation. I don't know who is my support, like that. I don't know others will agree, doctor, but this is a very sad thing which I discovered.
Okay, so is it whether it doesn't know whether others agree or disagree? Anybody agrees with him or disagrees with him?
Okay, I think I want to say something. Uncle Casey, well, it is true. Most of the Catholics that come to our RCIA, they always say that I thought it's just for the rites. You need the godparents to come just for the rites. So in STM, what we do is when we start the class itself, we tell them the role of the godparent and how to select a godparent. Like we tell them what is the requirement, like the canon stated, like the
Yes.
good role model, all those things. And then once they have chosen the godparents, we also have like a formation session for them, for the
Yeah.
godparents, to tell them like how important is your role and that this is a lifelong journey with the candidate.
Yeah.
So like
But it
we
should be-
distinguish the difference between the sponsor and the godparent, and we give the formation particularly for the godparent. And though the godparents' duty start after the right of election, in STM we ask them to get it before itself. So the godparent and the sponsor like will come in earlier already. They will start journeying with them because we don't want
Right.
godparents to miss out, because some of the Catholics themselves are not very well formed, so they
Right.
misinform the candidates
Exactly.
later. So
Right.
to prevent
Yeah.
that, this is the precaution that STM has taken after we have seen like years of misinformation and things happening, Uncle.
So I'm just saying because there has got to be this consistency in the way you all are applying it in STM. It should be across because in Our Lady of Seven Sorrows, when late Father Clemens was there, in that my time when I was going through my rites, he insisted everyone go through that journey. After work we will every day we have to go for a short, session and all that. But I think all that is a miss right now. They just wait until the sacrament time comes, they'll appear and then it's gone. That's what I was trying to share. Thanks, Angel.
Okay. So in case some of you are wondering who is this Father Clement from the Lady of Sorrows, this Father Clement has passed away. Was quite young when he passed away, right, Casey? I don't know if you remember. Our Lady of Seven Sorrows is in Penang,
Yeah, I was
Macalister
with
Road.
him. He was in St. Anne's BM. I went to see him towards the end. He blessed my children because he always told me, you don't play the fool. You getting married to Victoria, you better stay faithful and make sure you journey properly. That is the gift he gave me, lah. I'll cry, lah, doctor, because I love him so much.
Mhm.
But
That was a
I
good,
miss him so much.
right. Thank you. So every priest should tell every couple, everyone, that don't play the fool. You're getting married to this and that, this person. But anyway, Father Clement passed away. He was quite young. I think was, if I'm not mistaken, in his 50s when he passed away. Illness.
Yeah.
Right now, uh, the thing is the this issue that we are talking about godparents is quite similar in a way with what's happening even with parents, right? Because what I mean is that there's so many issues even to find godparents, especially for those who are going through the RCIA. It's not easy. But then it's easier to find somebody for the baptism, usually easier because some family member or friends. When it comes to RCIA, it's more difficult. But as Casey said, we do face an issue today, a problem today where we have people coming forward as godparents. And sometimes the RCA team also has to go around asking for people, can you be a godparent? Some reluctantly come in, and that's why, because they're reluctant after the baptism, they feel that their responsibility is done and over with, rather than accompanying that person for life. So, all right. So, anybody else would like to just share about this before we go on? What do you see happening with regards to godparents these days?
I think it's more like fulfilling how to say, a requirement that you have a godparent at baptism. That's why they come forward. And after that, they disappear. It is also a case because many of those coming for RCIA, I'm talking about RCIA. So unless the couple, one of them is getting married to, a non-Catholic coming for RCIA and getting married, so usually he will get his future wife's relative, and also they tend to have a better relationship in the sense there is how to say, communication, there is social interaction after the event. But let's say a stranger come in and become your godparent, mostly because for the ceremony to put his hand on your shoulder and all that, say the right words, usually a lot of them disappear, and some of them is obligation to the team, just, give face, come, and, be there to help the member. And if they don't develop a relationship during that 9 months, that's it. After the ceremony, they are gone. So it depends, you see, very much on the individual. It takes two hands to clap. That's my thing.
Paul has put something in the chat group talking about sponsors. So if you look at canon law uses the term sponsor instead of godparent. So this is where sometimes we can become a bit confused, because the term is used interchangeably, but so which is actually the formal word? The formal word. Sometimes there is so we tend to use the term godparent for baptism and sponsor for confirmation. Generally. Okay, let me carry on. What is the role of the godparent? In the GIST Canon 872 states, in infant baptism, the term godparents is used in reference to the person or persons. Those that explain how many people are required for baptism, how many godparents are required, who together with the parents present the child for baptism and to help it live a Christian life, befitting the baptized and faithfully to fulfill the duties inherent in baptism. So in other words, the godparents' role is to support the work of the parents in raising the child in the faith. So the duty of the godparents begins by them being present at the baptism of the child. Officially begins, although in many instances we require them also to be there for the training. But then it also, think about it, is in terms of, we were talking about terms of the formation for parents. Is there a lack of formation for parents? Is there a lack for married people? Formation for married people. And so we also have to ask ourselves, are we forming our godparents in the right way, or the sponsors in the right way? So this is another question to be asked. And during the baptism, by their presence, the godparents represent both expanded spiritual family of one of the baptized and the role of the church as mother. So what this means is that they are there to support the family of the child, or the parents of the child being baptized, and they also represent the church. They represent the church as mother to the family. Although they may be a male person in that as a godparent, but they play that role. They are there to show their support to the family, to show them that the church is a mother. Now, I cannot go into this detail because it's quite complex, this theology, but just for your info. The right to godparents are asked by the presider. This is not asked by the parents, it's asked by the godparents. Are you ready to help the parents of this child in their duty as Christian parents? to which they respond, we are. Again, it's the same like many vows people make, promises people make. During that occasion, we are quite enthusiastic. We say yes, but then afterwards, many people do not continue that, fulfill the role. During the rite of baptism, the role of the godparents as witnesses of faith to the child becomes evident when they take active part in the liturgy of the word, intercession, and in the celebration of the sacrament. So in the celebration of the liturgy itself, the baptism liturgy, you'll find that the godparents are already beginning to play an active role. And they do this by, together with the parents and the community, they profess the church's faith into which the child is baptized and become a member. And they also are the ones who present a candle lighted from the Easter candle to the newly baptized. As you can see in the picture, there's one person holding the candle to represent to show the light of Christ. And what is this for? The candle represents the light of Christ, which will illuminate the path of the child of the journey of faith. Christ is the light, and Christ is the one who will shine the light for the child on the journey of faith. And traditionally, godparents are the ones who are seen as helping the parents in bringing up the child in the Christian faith. And most especially when the parents is no longer able to fulfill their responsibility. Sometimes either out of illness, or sometimes there are cases of divorce or separation, or cases where the person spouses pass away. Godparent usually is called to step in, play that role, support the surviving parent or the single parent in this role. This is why godparents are called co-workers with parents. So it makes clear that the responsibility of the godparent is a lifelong commitment. It's a lifelong commitment wherein he or she is obliged to ensure the one initiated grows and perseveres in the faith. Now we have heard a few of you mention this, and many of us are aware that often the godparent, want of use of a better word, disappears, or does not fulfill his or her responsibility, but it's supposed to be a lifelong commitment. Now, in terms of confirmation, a godparent is also required for confirmation. Often the word also used is sponsor. And the duty of the godparent is to see that the confirmed person acts as a true witness of Christ. And canon law expresses that it is preferable that the one who performed the role of godparent at baptism also serve as for the role in confirmation. But many cases it doesn't take place like this because they cannot find the godparent. Anybody from JCC here? JCC, Jesus Caritas. I shouldn't have mentioned the parish. Okay, so there was a question. I shouldn't have mentioned the parish, but never mind. There was a question by someone. This person said that he was asked to be a godfather to someone who's getting confirmed, and he was asked to produce the confirmation certificate. He says, "I can't find my confirmation certificate." So he told, "I go for mass. I'm an active Catholic and all that. I don't do anything wrong. But I cannot find my baptism certificates." So they said, "I'm sorry, you can't be the godparent. You must show us the certificate." Angel, what do you think? Is it a requirement in your parishes?
I think it is, Doctor.
It is.
And I think it should be.
Okay, to show that the person is baptized, to confirm, right?
Yes.
Anybody else?
But he can get an extract from his baptism.
Correct.
The church where he got
Baptism church.
baptized, he can get it is a requirement that the sponsor should be not only baptized but practicing Catholic.
That's true.
And if the requirement states that you need to produce your baptism cert to prove that you're a Catholic and you can't find it, you just need to get an extract of the church you're baptized.
Whose requirement is this?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't produce. It's good to have that evidence that you're baptized. But who's making the requirement?
I would think that Because if
Maybe the
I'm going to
priest.
be a sponsor, who's the requirement, doctor? I would think that it will be the church's requirement, because if I'm going to be a sponsor to journey with you in the Catholic faith, I should be baptized first. Then if not, anybody could just walk in and be a sponsor. Those are my thoughts.
Right. So is it a requirement by the universal church? Is it a requirement by the diocese? Is it a requirement by the parish? I'm not.
Dr.
Look, yes, Brito, carry on.
Dr. Stephen, at our parish, there isn't a requirement, because I asked my parish priest and he said the onus is on the person who's going to receive the confirmation. So you don't worry about that. So this was the answer that I got from my parish priest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting, Brito. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to look. I'm not saying you shouldn't ask, you shouldn't have, but it's a point of discussion. Sometimes we think it is what the church, as in the Vatican, requires. Okay. So anyone else? I saw Adeline shaking her head. Adeline, any experiences like that?
In the Philippines, it's not required.
The Philippines is not required.
But here it's required, because when I was a sponsor for someone who's getting confirmed, I have to get my confirmation details from the Philippines so that they will accept me as the sponsor.
Okay.
But the other thing, Dr. Stephen, I heard somewhere, when a person is dying, anybody can do the final rites, if it's done in the right form, So that's why it's a kind of odd that when you do your confirmation, you need to have this kind of so-called procedures, But at the time of desperation, it's another set of law, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. But although the circumstances seem to be a bit different,
Yeah.
but yeah. Okay. Anthony, you appeared on the screen and then you disappeared. You want to say something, Anthony? I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm from JCC. Actually, when I was wanting to do a godfather to one of the brother, they asked me for a baptism certificate and a confirmation certificate to prove that whether I'm from Catholic or not. So I just showed to them lah. There is a facilitator lah, not the priest.
Okay, so it's a requirement, yes. So what I want to say is that it is a requirement by certain parishes. The diocese itself does not have a formal policy. Doesn't mean that you please don't say Dr. Stephen said, we don't need to produce a baptism cert, confirmation cert. But it's important for us to know that it's a requirement and there are reasons for such a requirement. The reasons for such a requirement. But the requirements of godparent is very clear in canon law. Afterwards, we look at it, which most of you know. All right, is required by canon law. Canon law does not state a person who is to be confirmed must show his or her certificate of baptism and confirmation to the parish priest. As far as universal church is concerned, that it doesn't make that requirement, but it could be a requirement at the level of the diocese. It could be a requirement at the level of the parish. Like Angel has got some evidence to say, Doctor, I got evidence to say that this is the proof. Yes, Angel.
Yeah, because I was
She's
looking at the
smiling.
canon already. Because it says that he had be a Catholic who has been confirmed and has received the Blessed Eucharist and who lives the life of faith, which befits
Correct.
the role to be undertaken.
Correct.
So that means the person has to be confirmed and also receive the
Correct.
Blessed Eucharist, right, Doctor? So,
But
but
does it say anything about showing the cert?
it doesn't. But how do I prove it?
Correct. So it's
Yeah.
what we are saying. If the parish says, fine, we need evidence to know that you have been baptized or you know that you have to confirm, well and good. But we do not go about saying that, teaching that everybody has to do this. Okay? Every parish has to do this. Like Rito has shared in his parish, the parish priest feels that we leave the onus is on the person who's choosing the godparent. The person should know whether this person is baptized or not. So we leave it to the onus of the people, those seeking the godparents. Just because it states there that a person has been baptized and a member of the church, it means he confer and confirm, but there is no thing about this. The reason I'm bringing this up is not to blame anybody, not to say like GCC is doing wrong or what. Please, I think Anthony, don't go back and say to coordinator like this, like that. No, it's just to show that what are the requirements of godparent, which I'm going to cover now.
But Dr. Stephen, just a matter of discussion. If we do
Yes.
not have the individual produce, the godparent produce to confirm,
Mhm.
their whether they've been confirmed or whether they've been baptized as a Catholic.
Mhm.
I mean, there is also a risk, right? You have chosen this person to be the godparent or the sponsor to the child. You are
Okay.
expecting that person to lead the child in the Catholic faith. What if he is not what he seems to be, and
Yeah.
he leads the child to to non-Catholic faith, right? I think that's the prerogative of a parish, that they should
Yes.
have the
Yes.
person confirmed. It's like your identity card lah. How I know you're a Catholic? No doubt you can say your 15 decades of rosaries doesn't make you a Catholic.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm not saying deny. Yeah, we do not
Yeah.
deny that. But what we are saying is, as far as the church is concerned, these are the requirements of godparent.
Yeah.
These are the requirements of a godparent who can be admitted. The same requirements apply for baptism and infant and adult baptism. To be appointed by the candidate for baptism or by the parents, whoever stands in their place. That's number one. They appoint the person. Angel smiling. Yes, Angel, before I continue. Anything?
Just looking at the next one where it says the proof and registration of baptism. So yeah, I think it is necessary, doctor.
Okay, which one? Canon what?
875 onwards.
Okay, read that text.
I think to prove that baptism has been conferred, if there is no conflict of interest, it is sufficient to have either one unexceptionably witness or the baptism confirmed by the sworn testimony. The parish priest of the place in which the baptism was conferred must carefully and without delay record in the register of the baptism the names of the baptized and the minister, the
Okay,
parents and the sponsors, if there were such witnesses, and the place of the baptism. He must also enter the date and the place of the birth.
okay, okay. That's normal. That's correct. That's normal. After the child is baptized, in order to ensure that there's a proper record, parish priest is supposed to keep the record and uh, supposed to keep the record in the baptism book.
So, but if
It's
we
just-
don't produce it to them, then they can't have it, right, doctor? Like, I don't know how it, because
yeah,
they say it must have the.
yeah. Look, as I said, this is not about whether it's right or wrong. It is right or wrong, meaning there's no one blanket law. Right now, if your parish priest feels we need to have to look at the cert, because that one doesn't say anything about baptism cert. This idea of baptism cert is a new development. Just for the child to have this one, whereby anytime there's a need for the child will then parents or whatever, the child can reproduce it to show I have my baptism cert, I have my confirmation cert, that I can get married, I can get confirmed, and so on. Okay, so the what I'm trying to stress is that it's not it's just like certain rules in the church. We are the ones who expand it and make it compulsory rather than what the church at large is saying. What the church at large, the church is saying the candidate is the one who appoints the godparent for baptism, or the parents, or maybe guardians, or maybe can be a grandparent. Number two, there should be at least one godparent, male or female, for each person to be baptized, or there can be two godparents, but there has to be one godmother and one godfather. Question.
Dr.
Yes.
Stephen, I mean, if you look at Canon Law 874, the
Or 14
section
canon law.
2,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, just relating, matter of discussion, Anila. It says here, a baptized person who belongs to a non-Catholic ecclesial community is not to participate except together with a Catholic sponsor and then only as a witness of the
Yes.
baptism.
That
Does
was what I
that?
was going to come
Yeah.
to.
Oh,
That was what I
okay.
was going to come to.
Uh-huh.
It's not mentioned here. I wanted to ask you all, if there is somebody who's a Christian but non-Catholic, can he be a godparent to a Catholic child? A Catholic child, and you answered that question. But yes, Angel, can or not? You shook your head.
Cannot, doctor.
Why cannot? The person is
Because,
baptized. The person is practicing the faith in his or her church.
but it's not a Catholic.
Saying 15 decades of rosaries.
Because it says
Really,
here it
really?
can only be a witness, but it cannot be.
This
cannot be
because you're quoting canon law, or you're quoting from experience.
No, but actually cannot lah, doctor, because they don't
Why
know.
cannot? If somebody comes and tells you, Miss Angel, I'm my godparent for my child is my brother who is now in the Pentecostal Hallelujah Church. Right? He's a very fervent Christian. He believes in Jesus. He reads the Bible. He wants to be godparent to my child. He'll come, and then you're going to say canon law, right?
Uh, but it's not
I'm
in
not.
it's not in communion with us. How how to come in union
But
with?
we accept the baptism, no?
Yeah, we accept.
We accept the baptism
Uh,
as valid. Yes, Casey.
I want to support Angel.
Support, please. So,
It's not allowed because, first of all, the Catholic faith in its own speciality is not within a Protestant who will be able to continue. Kan?
okay. So, yeah, Casey, before we go to all that, we need to, I think what Lisa has done is the correct way of answering this. Lisa, read that text again, what they call it.
Oh, okay. In Canon Law 874, Section 2,
Yes.
a baptized person who belongs to a non-Catholic ecclesial community is not to participate except together with a Catholic sponsor and then only as witness of the baptism.
Okay. So that is the best. You say, according to our church law, we cannot have this. Okay, because the person, I got a call from a priest from Penang to ask me about this. That's why I know. Okay, he was the brother of the parent was a Methodist and a pastor. He and his wife wanted to become godparent to the child. Imagine a pastor of Methodist church. So I said, hold
Okay.
on, let me check. I checked and I quoted this law. They can be present provided the how do you say, they can be present only as witness. They cannot be godparents. So that in the event the parents of the child, let's say something happens and they're not around, or something tragic happens and they pass away or whatever, this person can say, I was there and I saw it. I was there and I witnessed it. Right? So uh, so this is the thing about godparents. Now let's go on. This is for godparents with regards to people of other.
Dr. Stephen,
Yes, who's
I'm
that?
going to throw a red
Lisa.
herring. What if a godparent is someone who is Catholic, practicing Catholic, but remarried? Can he be a godparent?
That one all have to go under other law, marriage law and all that.
So because I looked at it here, right? 874, I think section 1, para 4 says the person must not be bound by any canonical penalty legitimately imposed or declared. So it has to be someone of good standing as a Catholic, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. So if I have any issues with marriage, okay, then of course the parish priest with the coordinator must bring it up to the parish priest and he must make a decision. He must be the one, because often people come and they kind of think that the coordinator doesn't know what he or she is saying. Then the parish priest must get involved to make the issue clear, can or cannot. The godparent must have the intention of performing his or her role, mainly to assume ongoing spiritual relationship with the baptized person. We know that. Uh, in cases where there is a necessity, the godparent can be appointed by the parish priest. Anyone have experienced this? in your work as RCIA or in your own parish?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Victor.
There have been some of these people who come from Sabah, Sarawak. They do not know anyone, but they have a child who needs baptism because they're from the nearby camp, and then they do not know anyone. So father or the coordinator has approached me and my wife to become godparents to the child. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. Anyone else? For
Yeah,
the parish,
Dr. Father asked me for one of the candidates to be the godparent.
to one of the
The
candidates.
Raymond, yeah.
Okay, because they maybe couldn't find someone.
He was asking too many questions, so nobody wants to join it. And so Father asked me to take.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so that is possible, huh? Possible for the parish priest for whatever reasons. To Angel's one is quite unique. So to choose, usually if they cannot find a godparent, or because of what Rito has said, the parents may not know anyone uh, during that. They may not know anyone in the community. Must be 16 years old, at least 16 years old. So your godparent can be younger than some of you. Okay? Maybe can be younger than some of the people who are, especially for RCIA. For RCIA. So you will say, how is it this person so young? He has not even, not even becoming an adult. Can he be a godparent? So the church has said 16 years old.
Excuse
Yes?
me, Dr. Stephen. For baptism for infant, I think the age now is above 21.
No, this is
Because
canon
if you
law.
are 16, you're not confirmed yet.
No,
And
Selva. Canon law states 16 years
yeah,
old.
canon law states 16, but in reality you have to be older.
No, but so in your parish is 21, is it?
Yeah,
In the parish is 21.
for infant baptism, you have to be
Your
21.
in your parish is 21.
Yes,
Okay, that's interesting. But canon law says 16. So this
yes.
is what of course, like I said, the parish can decide. The parish priest can decide that he wants someone for 21, but the the general rule all over the world is 16 years old. Because in Malaysia, we are the ones who have been shifting the confirmation date, not the church. We have been shifting the confirmation date. Now we're putting it to Form 5. Whereas in many parts of the world, confirmation is even at the age of 10 and sometimes 13. So it is we who have been shifting the dates, not the universal church. That's why they put 16 years old. Okay? Unless the diocesan bishop, like this, for example, your parish priest may have decided, not the diocesan bishop. In our diocese, there has been no statement saying that he wants it to be older than 16 years. Establishes another age, or when the parish priest or a minister consider it as a just reason for an exception to be made. So in that case, Selva, as you said, the parish priest may have decided for 21. I'm not sure about other parishes. What about anyone older than 16?
CDM 17.
CDM is 17, so that is confirmation. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we know this, that we fully initiated Catholic that is when confirmed and has received the sacred grace and will lead the life of faith in harmony with the role and the role he or she is taking. I think in Malaysia, if the confirmation is now at 17, then definitely the ruling would be generally we expect the person to be at least 17 years old. 17 years old. Again, depending on the parish priest, maybe he said 21. Anybody else 21 years old? Not that we know of, lah. Okay. Explicitly excluded from being a court parent is someone who has incurred a canonical penalty that's been imposed or declared by competent church authority. So unless there is some kind of a penalty that a person is facing, as we know, for example, somebody who's married but not marriage not annulled, remarried but marriage not annulled. So that kind of cases, or the person may have committed some maybe away. You see, the church never declares you a non-Catholic. The individual is the one who openly, when an individual openly declares himself, he goes around declaring himself that I'm no more with the Catholic Church, then that becomes a big issue because he's making a public announcement in many, many places. So it becomes public knowledge. Then what happens is that the parish priest can even stop that person from becoming a godparent. It becomes a public knowledge. Now, I remembered one time when I was serving, when I was helping out in one parish in Penang many years ago, this man left the church and he joined the Pentecostal church and he became a pastor and he began to preach about against the Catholic Church. And many years later, he said he felt that God is calling him back to the Catholic Church. But because he was now a public figure, he was a pastor, and because he had openly gone around to Catholic families in the community to tell them to leave the church and join his church, the, the priest, if you look at the canon law, has to ask him to apologize to the whole community. He has to stand before the whole community to apologize for what he has done in order for him to be incorporated into the community, not into the church, into the community. Therefore, if somebody like that, of course, cannot be a godparent. Godparent may not be the father or mother of the person being baptized. Why? This is to help distinguish clearly the role of the parent and godparent. Because Christian parents have their own responsibility, whereas godparents supplement the role of the parents. So the godparents, is very clear, parents have got their specific role. Now, question, can a spouse become a godparent? Canon law states that only father or mother cannot become a godparent.
I think it's allowed but not encouraged.
Okay.
I think. So not from any source. I think it's allowed but not encouraged.
Okay. Anybody else? Spouse.
When I had my RCIA, I was told to choose someone not the spouse. Cannot be the spouse.
Why did they give you a reason, Selva?
No, but from my understanding, it is always better to have someone out of the family so that they have give me better input and direction and knowledge, because the spouse may not have what that I need for the faith growing.
Okay.
Or maybe the spouse himself doesn't have a good Catholic standing.
Yeah,
Skips mass all
normally
the time, so may not be a good example as
that's
a
the case.
godparent.
Normally
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
case.
And in eventuality is that the baptized will have to catechize or evangelize to the spouse instead, the other way around.
In mixed marriages, that is rampant. That is what is happening. That's how they grow. They
Okay.
always say that the born Catholics are, they're always sleeping. So they wake up when something like this happens.
Okay. But why is it that the church does not make it a law, unlike parents and godparents, unlike parents? Does it not make it a law that wife spouses should not be godparents? But we discourage, but it is not encouraged, as Stephanie said.
Yeah, I think there may be circumstances where the spouse may be the only Catholic person available.
Okay. So what we are talking about, anyone else, what do you think is the reason the church, how do you say, why do you think that we do not encourage spouses to be godparent? Although the church does not say cannot. The church doesn't say cannot, but we discourage.
I think it's too complex, if two persons as a couple, if they ends up disagreeing with each other on faith issues, that impacts the relationship. It's too complex.
Not only that, if you look at it, some marriages end up breaking up,
Yeah.
end up getting people getting divorced and separated. So we want a godparent is someone who's supposed to journey with you for your whole life, be an exemplary person in terms of the Catholic faith, to guide you and accompany you. But there's no, with marriage, not often, many times there's no guarantee. It's so fragile. It's a beautiful sacrament, but very, very fragile. So in order to prevent that kind of a misunderstanding, the church discourages, but again, not the church, generally many priests and bishops discourage, but the church herself has not come out with any formal law. And therefore, if there is a person who says, my spouse, I want to be a godparent to my wife or husband, the parish priest, of course, may discourage it by giving the reasons, but we cannot stop them.
Doctor?
Mhm.
Doctor, Casey here.
Yes,
I want to
Casey.
share what late Father Clemens told me when
Yes,
I
please.
asked Victoria to be my godparent. He said, why you want, you know the story of the three blind mice? Why you want the blind to lead the blind? So don't do that. That's what he told me.
Okay. All right. With that, Sabrina, what's the time?
You have 7 more minutes, Doctor. It's 3:53.
Okay. Blind leading the blind. That's very interesting. This one. Anyone else before we conclude? Godparents? Okay. So
Can I
conclude here.
say hello? Can I
Yes,
say,
Jocelyn.
because the relationship is very complicated when, you know, it's between spouse and the baptized, and then you add on another role, it sort of blur the relationship. And how can the person grow when, let's say, there's problems I want to ask, and then I want to ask my husband, and then he's going to, you know, like not hear me out, he's going to judge me, he's going to be, so that is not how shall I say, not encouraged lah. So we have one case I want to say, where the future father-in-law insisted he wants to be the godfather, and we discourage him. Actually, we discourage him, please don't, because we can see that I think the girl will not be very how shall I say, free, or not so willing, not so keen, but she cannot express it because it's my boyfriend's father, you know. So I know she doesn't like the idea, but she cannot express because it's the boyfriend's father. And in the end, what happened is that she totally decided not to be baptized. That's end of the story. And the future father-in-law keep on, every time he see me, he will keep on like want to hit on me, you know, verbally lah. But I told him, you can't, but I cannot express. It will hurt their relationship, because this girl have lots and lots of questions to ask, because she's from the AOG and they have lots of questions anti against the Catholic Church. So can you imagine talking to your father-in-law about this and getting a shelling from him?
Okay, this is not even spouse, right? It's father-in-law.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. So I'll conclude here. I just hope that the session today was helpful, and maybe some important things to think about, especially with regards to the role of parents as catechists and educators of their children. And of course, we concluded with a session on the godparents with some lively discussion. I just threw this at you all because it make you all think. Sometimes things are not what they seem, and we also have to see that there are questions that people are bringing up to us as catechists, as coordinators, sometimes challenging us. So we need to know where to go, find the right source. And sometimes coordinators are caught because the parish priest, when they go to the parish priest for answers, the parish priests themselves may not be aware as to what is the right answer, the right document to refer to in order to respond to this. So having said that, just want to remind you about the next session, which is on the 16th of August. It's on adult catechesis. Adult catechesis, something we've been talking about today. We lead us to adult catechesis. Father Mark Michael's coming. Father Mark Michael holds a licentiate or a master's in catechetics. In catechetics. Okay, So he did study in the same university that I did, but he did his masters and then he stopped. And I invited him because I thought it'd be good to have somebody else besides me. But he wanted I wanted him to do 2 sessions, but he wanted all his sessions to be on site because he's not used to online. And I said, no, Father, I think one is fine because I don't have too many on sites as well because of time commitment on your part. So the one that's next month is on site. For now, is at APC. Yeah, most of you know where is APC, and that is where I will be sending out the info in due time. As for your assignments, be assured I will be marking your second assignment, and the handout will be made available by next week together with the question for the next assignment. Okay, all right. So thank you. We will, there's Angel smiling. Assignments, so happy y'all, like y'all love assignments. Okay. With certificate means you must have assignments. That's the way it goes. All right. Anyone want to lead us in a closing prayer?
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise. We thank you for this time we have shared in your presence. Lord, thank you for opening our eyes, our hearts, and our minds to the role you have called us to, especially, Lord, for those of us who are parents and godparents. Lord, we ask you to continue to guide us in our journey as catechists, in our journey as people you have called to teach others about you. Lord, we ask you to continue to bless us, bless our families, bless those who are in our lives. And Lord, continue to bless us also as we do our assignments. Many of us find them challenging, especially with the new technology. So Lord, we ask you to help us, guide us, send people to open the way for us, to help us when we submit our assignments, help us when we write our assignments, help us when we plan them out. So Lord, we may be able to rest assured and enjoy our journey in this certificate of catechetics. We make this prayer in the name of Jesus, your Son. Amen.
Amen.
Of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, everyone. Don't be so sad. The assignment is to help you, not for me. All right? It's to help you to ensure that you capture the essence of what the session we had today. Right? Okay. So I want to see you all grow. Sometimes it's painful, but in order to grow, you have to go through pain and all that. Your parents would have told you all these things when you were young. Okay. God bless. Take care.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Doctor.
Oh,
Thank
recording
Bye,
you so
stop.
much.
everyone.